¿Cómo andamos? ¿Cómo andamos? Yeah, a little bit of a rock argentino. And what's going on here with the... Let's see if I fix this here. There we go. All right. Woo-wee! ¿Cómo andan? ¿Cómo andan? ¿Cómo andan? Came in late last night. And had to pull up con la señora, con su esposo, who's like the, cocinero. And yeah, I get myself a torta. Agua de Jamaica. Agua de piña la hacen rica. I'm super picky about agua de Jamaica. I don't like it too sweet. But this is right in the middle. This is right in the middle. Look, I miss this. This is therapeutic, I guess, in a way. It's a lot of fun. It's a good time. But I was off to see the fucking wizard, or wizards, I guess, and just doing some union organizing in DC, selling my soul for my union brethren, if you will. Look, um, está difícil, there was moments there where I was like, one, like, what the hell am I doing here? Again, I don't dive too much into my background because of the parasocial stuff, and also because I don't think I'm unique, and we all face our struggles, and I know for a fact that I had a whole lot easier than even a lot of my family members. So I'm not trying to give any sob stories, but it was kind of a little bit um, surprising, I guess, or I was a little bit surprised that I found my way there. Um, and I think for a good reason. I can't get into the details of it. It's nothing, again, it's nothing amazing. It's very, very simple and basic work that is part of being a union organizer, especially when you're involved in the political aspect of things. But it was a great learning experience. It made things a lot more real. It made things a lot more real. I'm like, oh, okay. This isn't don't believe the hype. That's what I felt like. I'm like, all right, let's not believe the hype. These are, this is just people um pretending to know what they're talking about. Cool. People going in to clock in and clock out. All right, dope. And look, I was never into these shows like The West Wing or Veep or any political shows like that. I was I think House of Cards, like the first two seasons, but then it kind of just went off the rails. Even before Kevin Spacey was outed for being an Israeli, all those things. It's never been like my wheelhouse. It kind of feels like sports. Like I don't watch sports movies. The exception is Remember the Titans because Black History Month. We were watching black movies, black music. I wish there was more black literature, and the classic go to end racism and to highlight the evils of segregation has always been Remember the Titans. Um, so it always had a soft spot for me in terms of sports movies. Other than that, I can't think of anything sports related that I've enjoyed. Um, I just don't like it. I'm like, all right, cool. It's not as exciting. It's not as exciting as actual us live, like a live sports event. And give me a second and learn how to talk for the first time here. So, anywho, political shows for me are very much the same. I don't need to watch uh, a dramatic interpretation of it. I could just read on it or keep up with what's currently happening. Uh, but yeah, being there, I was like, all right, cool. All right. I see what it is. I see what it is. And the funny part is that um the union members I went with kept trying to be like, hey, like, we would go check out the monuments, this and that. And I'm like, just show me where the good food is at, bro. Like, I don't care about statues. I don't care about any of that stuff. Like, show me where the good food is at. And there was some dope, amazing food, cool fucking people we ran into. Uh, it's interesting because, and we'll be talking about Chris Small shortly. Like, getting to meet people who started unions in their workplace from scratch, and don't get that same recognition, for whatever variables, right? Uh, Again, this is an Amazon, but knowing that they've gotten contracts through negotiations, it's been years. They've been helping set the foundations, fighting back against anti-union sentiment within their unions and all that stuff. And it's still a very frail position to where if enough pressure is applied properly, it could just, ruin the union. This new union, right? Running into people that had no idea, they had no idea that they had a union, because, and then once they found out what union they were a part of, largely speaking, broadly speaking, they're like, why are we even affiliated or associated with you guys? We had no answer to that. But they said it's always been that way. And mind you, can't get into the details of it, but for the job this individual had, they needed a bachelor's in science. We're blue collar workers. I don't know how the hell, I don't know what's going on in San Francisco. But hey, like, it was cool to be like, oh yeah, like, I had a complaint with the way management was treating me. I looked into like whether we had a union or not. Looks like we did, and for whatever reason, we're under the umbrella of this union. And yeah, they just got engaged with it. It was interesting. It was cool. Honestly, people from all walks of life, a whole lot of different accents, which I love and adore. Um, so it was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. And these are just regular fucking people just trying to get safety regulations in their workplace, to get, get their money that they deserve, things like that. And so part of it was very humbling. The other aspect of it as well is kind of like, man, what am I doing here? But I wasn't there for myself. I wasn't there for my politics. I was there to try and represent my union members to the best of my abilities, and I hope that I did that. And yeah, I mean, what else can I say? I can't get into the details of it. I don't know if I'll go back to DC, although one thing that I would be interested in is, I wasn't expecting it to be so green, but I've never been to the East Coast before. But it'd be dope to go some hiking trails or just running out there. That'd be interesting. Other than that, I don't know, man. Dhaka Dune, keeping the Twitch chat alive, meeting with the handler in DC. Oh, man. If that were the case. If only, man. The DMV is a true melting pot. Yeah. There. Yeah. Well, that's funny, but all right, let's keep it moving forward. Cause wow. Yeah. So if Keith, welcome back from storming the Capitol, man. Yeah. The Muhammad Ali biopic. Now that I mean, yeah, I get it. I get it. I watched that as a kid. But I haven't seen it since. I don't know. I don't know if I'd sit down. Well, okay. Here's the thing. And I only remember this now because Jamie Foxx is one of the coach or somebody in the corner, right, from Muhammad Ali. Not a big fan of biopics either, but Ray, it's I don't even think it's close. Ray has to be the greatest fucking biopic ever. Uh, it is chilling how what Jamie Foxx did in that performance is just amazing. But again, not a big fan of biopics. So Great Waterfalls, yeah. I mean, I wasn't on vacation, so I wasn't able to really check things out the way I wanted to. There had to be some negotiating and kind of, agreeing on going to certain spots to eat. That might have been a little bit out of the way, and just a lot of time management. Um, but it was an amazing experience, and honestly, nothing but kind people. Nothing but kind people. So very fortunate. I love when I don't have to like argue with anyone. I appreciate it, man. You know what? I miss this. I miss this for sure. I was trying to stream out there. I thought that would have been cool. I probably the most I slept was probably like 5 hours, and yeah, I was exhausted. So there was no way that I was gonna waste a minute of sleep. Chitty Matcha, I gotta get back to you. I will get back to you. I thought I was gonna be able to be more productive during that flight. It's about 5 hours. Man, I was struggling. I hate sleeping on flights. I don't like sleeping around people in general, but like strangers. And so I couldn't get comfortable. And because I was rushing, because I don't know. It was just bad. My timing is so off. I didn't get to like download files like I should have or wanted to. The one thing that I did end up doing was I purchased this. This is real. But I needed to get I needed to get a PDF version. And so I ended up reading a little bit of that when I could stay awake or when I wasn't like, it's the worst, right? When you're not really asleep, you're just nodding off. But the fuck. It's weird. I was reading through this. I'm still not even done with the intro. And man, I don't even know if I can share my notes. Because some of my notes may come off I guess anti-Semitic. But not even on purpose. Just learning about the way that a lot of rabbis were purposely keeping Jewish communities isolated. It was something I really wasn't aware of, but I should have been, in terms of controlling, right? The way that religious leaders, cult leaders control their flock, their members. And man, like almost every other thing I was reading, it's like, and then that rabbi's fucked it up, right? And so my notes are reflecting. Yeah, hold on, I need.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people, or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
So that was interesting because some of my notes eventually get to the point where I'm like, dude, like, because it's talking about the different branches or movements within Judaism of that era, which I was completely ignorant of. Even when I heard about Reform Judaism, I didn't know anything about it. So kind of seeing some parallels with how, okay, this weird kind of, it's not even an argument I'm trying to make, but in the sense of like, for all the evils that the Catholic Church committed and commits, because of its structure, sometimes they're able to some individuals are able to kind of curve or curtail some of the violence that they inflict upon the world. Whereas when you look at something like the Protestants, because they didn't have that same structures, it kind of felt or feels like when reading history that's a bit more of a free-for-all in terms of their barbarism, if that makes sense. There's no like one united overseer saying, all right, stop, like, you know, I'm gonna pass some fucking papal ass bullshit that is gonna you know, still be racist as shit, but at least prevent y'all from committing the atrocities that you truly want to commit. You'll still do them, but there's gonna be some like rules and regulations about how to carry out that type of violence. I'm not praising that, but that's just a reality that we have to recognize, that the Catholic Church is it's a business, man, right? It's a business, and they got their rules, their bylaws, and whatnot. So, starting to kind of dive into some of these early movements within European, you know, Jewish communities. In some moments, I'm like, dude, these rabbis were like fucking holding back the integration and assimilation of the Jewish people with their fellow Europeans. And in other moments, I'm like, bro, the rabbis were embracing Zionism full on. And it's just kind of like, that's what I'm saying. Some of my notes are like, they're a little rough, I'm not gonna lie. And you know, you're on a plane, people can just look over, and I'm fucking, I write pretty large. I don't care. All right. Where are we at? Let's get to this. It's a great fucking book, though. Let me see. Should we read? Dude, okay, also, I have the gnarliest fucking pimple. But it's like right here. And I don't think you could see it because of my glasses. And it's because I was wearing them so much and just, you know, being out and about. Couldn't really wash my face the way that I would normally would, or just kind of like just exhausted and whatnot. So I don't even know if I'm gonna go train today, because, bro, if I get hit there, not only is that gross, but I will cry. I will cry with no shame. Hold on, where is this at? Is it preview? Actually, oh, display. That's what it is. Yeah, that's fine. So this is the book. Let me make sure it's up here. Oh, so I don't even know if I'm gonna go train because of that. I want to, because I'm hella out of shape. Fucking out of shape like a motherfucker. Hold on, before I do that, let me let me double check my notes real quick. Hold on. Look, I'm gonna shorthand some stuff. So while I might have meant to write Jewish, I just might have written something else to save some time. All right. Let me see real quick. Let me find us like a section that's pretty decent. Or now, why would you not do that? Now, why would you not update my notes on here? What is the point? Let me ask you, what is the point of putting shit on your, give me one sec. Oh, maybe that's why. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec, chat. All right, here we go. If my notes are gone, I will be very, very angry. Let me see. Let's try that one more time. Give me 1 sec. All right, boom. We should be good. It'll look something like this. All right, I think we're good. I think we're good. Here we go. I mean, man, I have too many books. Actually, I need to get rid of quite a few. And are they here now? Yes, they are. Okay. Let me find like a dope section that I was just kind of like, dude, what the fuck? No, let's see. So I was fucking dying laughing because they talk about the Talmud, and I had only heard about the Talmud through racist ass fucking Nick Fuentes and all that shit, and I'm not even lying about my notes. So I didn't take it serious. In fact, when I did the Jubilee debate with that fucking comprador, Mr. Potato Head, one of the individuals there was a Groiper, right? One of Nick Fuentes' followers. He had a America First like blue hat, and like I mentioned before, the homie Soli was there with me, and Soli's just like been through so much that he doesn't take these guys serious at all, and so he's just like, they're talking shit and whatnot, and Soli tells him like, well, if you would have gone, what would you have said? And without missing a beat, apparently the guy's like, oh, I would have brought up the Talmud. And oh man, the chaos that would have ensued would have been hilarious. But I'm glad that he wasn't chosen for anything. Oh, I have to highlight because no, and I got different codes and shit like that for different types of things like this. Although, so it sucks because normally, see what I mean? Normally, I use green because I don't like the way it looks for names, to highlight names that I need to look up later. And as I'm like highlighting stuff and I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, it's just kind of weird because like most of the people that are being discussed are Jewish, and here I am highlighting them in green, and I'm just like, yo, bro, like I'm just overthinking this at this point. But yeah, it just talks about the introductions a lot about the treatment of European Jews, comparing and contrasting, how they're treated in Western Europe to Eastern Europe. A lot of the difference between Poland and Russia. Like, it was a lot of fucking cool things, to be honest with you. And for me, something that stood out is not just discussing the rabbis, but when eventually enough restrictions are removed among Jewish people, that some of them are able to become successful, and how really like every fucking group, every community has their compradors. I think that was something that was really kind of like a good reminder that it doesn't matter like who you are, if your people are struggling, whoever they may be, or your community. It's just difficult to say people because there's no such thing as a Jewish people, right? These are Jewish communities that are part of a broader people. Oh well, I just thought does green mean something? I mean, I just thought about like the whole Ilhan Omar thing where It's all about the Benjamins, and I thought about like green cash, and I was just like, oh, that's. But I'm an overthinker. Where are we at? Is there something here? Okay, this right here. Let's read this. These developments, which created new national entities for many European peoples, had a great effect on Jewish intellectuals in Europe. Most, if not all, of the fathers of Zionism, including Theodor Herzl, proposed their solutions to the Jewish question based on the methods followed by Europe. Their thinking was comparative. If the European peoples, including those who were considered by the Zionists to not have attained that level of progress which the Jews had, possessed the right to establish nation states of their own, why would this right be denied to the Jews? Further, if many European states were establishing colonies in Asia and Africa, tightening their control over their peoples and creating various formations and quasi political entities, then why did the Jews also not have the right to create an entity of their own in order to solve their own problems, as well as to avoid crisis in their relations with European peoples? More than one Zionist leader or thinker was ready in the early stages of Zionism to establish a Jewish state or to settle the Jews anywhere in the world, not just in Palestine. The Zionists did not fix their positions in terms of the location of their intended state until the Zionist organization, later the World Zionist Organization, was founded. The first Zionist Congress in 1897 decided that the Jewish state should be established in Palestine alone. Yet even after this was announced, more than one Zionist group was willing to discuss the establishment of a Jewish state in any other suitable place, just as the European states were ready to colonize any region of the world if it brought about strategic or economic benefit. These comparisons were key to the emergence of Zionist ideology. And I just wrote like on the margins, I'm like, dude, this is the perfect like summary. This is the perfect summary of how like they're fucking Europeans, bro. Like, let's stop. They're just Europeans that were the most downtrodden of their other fellow Europeans, and they're like, fuck, like we deserve our cut of the pie too. We deserve to take over land that we have no relation to. Now we could, fucking twist and turns and manipulate our religion, our chosen religion, to make it seem like we have a connection there where none, materially exists. But I was just like, when I read that, I was like, fuck, man, like, it's just some fucking colonizer mentality shit. And it's, again, it's so preposterous to force us to, talk about Jewish people and not European Jews, right? Or Zionists. I know that criticism that like, oh, I'm focusing too much on Euro-American Jews when I talk about that, and that it's not discussing the the Arab Jews or the African Jews and all this stuff like that. And that's not, my goal is not to somehow remove accountability or responsibility for them being participants in the Zionist entity and being colonizers. It's just this whole idea of embracing a broad like idea of like Jewish people as a whole is just utter fucking bullshit, and it's so fucking exhausting. And I have more to say about that some other time. But just, I'm a slow reader. I try my best. But I call this road work for a reason. It's not fucking pretty. It's not glamorous. Hopefully, if you get in a good flow state, it goes by quick, aka if you get that runner's high, it might help. But at the end of the day, you need to go outside? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for hanging out with me. I miss this motherfucker like you don't even know, man. So much. Let me let him out. Usually I don't have him in here, but I just really wanted him around. He just wanted to go to bed. There's no room in here for him. So I do feel bad, but I just needed him around me. All right, let me just read this one section and then we'll be done with this. The immigration around anti-Jewish, the immigration aroused anti-Jewish sentiment such that wealthy Jews in Western Europe, especially the barons Hirsch and Rothschild, devised ways of dealing with that immigration. They established special organizations to send immigrant Jews who arrived in Western Europe to other countries, Argentina or Palestine, for example, lest their continued stay further rouse anti-Jewish sentiment in Western Europe and affect the rights that the Jews had attained there. And it's just like, for me, like shit like that, like just man, like reading this, I was like, oh man, like it is cool, like to get rid of all this mythology around the mythology and the conspiracy theories around like Jewish people and the Jewish elites, because it's like it makes it so much easier to break down the fact that they're just Europeans, that they're just capitalists, that they're just colonizers. It's refreshing. Like, fuck it, like let's get to it. And it's just barely the intro. It's an amazing fucking text. I'm so glad that it's been translated. Again, it makes me miss the fact that I don't know more languages, even being bilingual. But yeah, for sure, like definitely I need to start learning other languages. All right, let's get to it. What do you mean, Claudia? What do you mean by clip? All right, we're done with that there. We are 30, all right, 40 minutes in. 40-minute intro, not bad. Yes, that is the foundations of Zionism by Sabri Jiris and translated by his daughter Frida Jiris, an author on her own right. I'm not saying daughter to like diminish her or anyway. I just think it's a beautiful fucking story about how sometimes it takes, you know, that family foundation and support to really document family trauma and through colonization and all that. I think that was beautiful. The fact that he wrote this, his wife helped him through this. She ends up being assassinated by the Zionist entity, and you know, decades go by. His daughter writes her own books, a writer herself, and then ends up helping him translate this or translating it, and going over some of the notes that her mother took. Man, you know, every time I think about that, I just think how tragic and how beautiful that is. And I mean, if that doesn't motivate you to read the book, I don't know what will. Yeah. Yeah. Check out who do they do the interview with? I don't want to send you out to the wrong spot. But they had a great interview. They broke that down. All right. We're not starting off with this nonsense. We're starting off with this nonsense. um hmm. As y'all know, I try my best not to talk too much about mixed martial arts on here, because it's just me indulging in the only sport that I'm really interested in. While I do watch kickboxing, Muay Thai, jiu-jitsu, and even like now with you know, Real American Freestyle, check out some wrestling events, because usually I just would wait until like it's on, like tournaments wrap up and then you get like the highlights in terms of wrestling. I appreciate it, I admire it. I think it's an amazing fucking sport with some of the most fucking superhuman athletes in terms of technique and endurance. But it was just never my thing, so I don't appreciate it to that degree. But martial arts, mixed martial arts is like my favorite fucking thing. The only thing I really fucking rot my brain with in terms of entertainment. sports entertainment. Even boxing, I don't really follow almost at all. I always joke around with my boxing homies and tell them real men kick when they fight. A real men kick when they fight. But here is the largest face in terms of journalism, and you'll see why I added this. Ariel Helwani in mixed martial arts. Now, Ariel Helwani doesn't practice martial arts, doesn't even care about the technique in terms of the martial arts being performed in these fights. What he cares about is the characters, the people and their storylines, because he's a wrestling fan and his preferred sport is basketball. So the actual sports of mixed martial arts he has no interest in. But he's always been somebody who conducts a lot of interviews. His show goes on for hours. And he's been very prominent and just an amazing, superb ass kisser. And that's what he was for a while. He ends up getting banned from UFC events for a brief moment because he leaked the news that Brock Lesnar was going to return and fight at some event. I think UFC 200 or something. I forgot what it was. And because of that, Dana White bans him and wants to end his career, this and that. Well, what it turns out is that it's revealed, and Ariel Helwani revealed this by crying on camera about his regrets, that he was actually on the payroll for the UFC and had never, revealed that information. This was back in the day when the UFC and Fox Sports were working together. I believe it was that. Because when they went over to ESPN, I don't think they wanted Ariel around. And so because of that, Ariel had these financial connections to the UFC almost directly. Long story short, when it comes to journalistic integrity, he has none. When it comes to love of the sport, he has none. When it comes to understanding of the sport, he has none. But he can fucking yap. And he could network. The day after October 7th, he was on stream and he revealed that he had just gone on vacation to the Zionist entity with his family and that he hid that information because he knew that he was going to deal with anti-Semitism. In other words, he knew of the horrors being committed by the Zionist project. Onions, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. So he reveals that he's a Zionist. He reveals that he's participating and benefiting from the colonization of Palestine. Not once has he called for the decolonization of Palestine. Of course not. Of course not. But this is what he had to say about the first Palestinian champion and former welterweight champion, Bilal Muhammad. Who, if we're being honest,
is there
not the most entertaining style, but he got it done. He got it done. I don't think he had even a single title defense. But hey, no one could take that away from him. And you'll see shortly what I mean.
Is there any beef between Bilal and I? I don't think Bilal is a good person. I've tried to clear the air with him. I've tried to invite him on the show. He lies about me. He makes up things about me. He tries to rally his fan base online by making up shit about me. Yeah, so is there beef? No, but I just think he's not a good dude. And I'm just pointing out the facts. The facts are he was a champion headlining a show in beautiful Montreal, my hometown, last May, and now he's headlining the Apex. Would you call that a career progression that's one to be proud of? Is that a good career progression? Would you like to be at the very top of your business, headlining as champion, and then fighting, headlining in an empty warehouse exactly a year later? I wouldn't feel too good about things. And so perhaps he has to take shots at others to feel better about himself. I don't know. But he keeps going on and on about this bullshit. Take a look at the things that I say, and take a look at his feed and the things that he says about everything, about life, about the Middle East, what he calls for and what I call for, what I try to put out and what he tries to put out. Just look at that.
Bilal Muhammad was never loved by the AOC brass, right? If we want to get into, you know, TKO and Ari and all the people behind the new ownership of the AOC, they're Zionists. But even without that in the equation, Bilal Muhammad's style was never one that was favored by the promoters. So it's obvious at the moment that he loses his title, they're like, all right, cool, we can get rid of him, but he still has a name because he's a former champ. So we're going to use his name to bring attention to cards that are lackluster. But they don't care about promoting him. They don't care about him. And his style doesn't lend for entertainment. That's just the reality. The fact that he even got a title shot was because he would just remained undefeated. It wasn't because he was doing anything spectacular either in the cage or on the mic. So this career turn that Ariel's trying to paint, that is kind of like, oh man, you've fallen off. That was always going to happen the moment that he lost. Whether he had the title or not, that was always going to happen. It seems more drastic because he's a former champion, but his style's never been one that the UFC has preferred. And he doesn't have the type of fan base that can compensate for his style. So this is what Bilal Muhammad had to say. Let's see. The person celebrating kids dying is saying, I'm not a good person. A parent that can watch kids suffer and give excuses for it and look for reasons to justify it is the worst type of person in the world. It's not human. The gold belt that I had held has Palestinian colors on it, and it'll be there forever. A Palestinian won UFC gold, and you have to live with it. I know that angers you. And you know what's like really astonishing is the fact that you have so many reactionaries in this sport, both as athletes, fucking managers, promoters, and fan base. And it's so tragic because I can't dismiss them ever unionizing. Although I think it's the closest thing you get to an impossibility. I have to have that optimism that someday all workers can at least start the process of unionizing. But you think that at least these reactionaries in this sport would at least, I don't know, use that reactionary sentiment to be like, yeah, I'm not going to do interviews anymore with the Zionists. Obviously not for the right reasons. But shit, even if for the wrong reasons, we could get Ariel Helwani's career to fucking end, I think we'd be doing everyone a favor. Ariel does not give a fuck about mixed martial arts. He doesn't. So let's relieve him of his duties. And look, he's great, or he was great for background noise. I'm not gonna lie, because you could just throw it on in the background and hear a fighter kind of like struggle through an interview. But in terms again of breaking the sport down, that's never been his ability. And it's a constant reminder that some of the most basic and mediocre people will always rise to the top and get people's attention. Because it's not challenging. It's comfort food, right? It's just background noise. It doesn't challenge you. It doesn't force you to pay too much attention. And for the most part, they're inoffensive. And that's what Ariel was for a long time. He was annoying. He was obnoxious. He was a shit stirrer. But he's like, whatever. Then comes October 7th. And you see what a fucking Zionist he truly is. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Little background on this. Let's see. I don't even know how to spell his name, to be honest, though. Okay, here it is. Let me just find it. Oh, quick side note. This is Sean Strickland, the former white supremacist, according to him, that's gonna be fighting this weekend. Bilal Muhammad says, pray for Palestine. Sean Strickland says, this is what you'd call a coward. This is what you'd call a coward response. Instead of taking a stand against terrorism and advocating for a peaceful resolution, you say this dumb shit, ignoring what just happened. Bilal, you were born in America. You live in America. Shut the fuck up. Right? Who knows what chaos ensued under here. But yeah. Too risky to go over that on stream. Give me 1 sec. Let me find the aerial one. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, cool. Found it. Let's see here. Oh no, this is about Jacare and Bisbing. Okay, here we go. Is it this one?
Make this too long.
Okay, it was this one.
But I just need to get some stuff off my chest, and I promise that I won't make this too long. And I recognize that I'm speaking to an audience that may not agree with everything that I'm saying, and an audience that may not even care about what I'm saying. But I'm here, and this is my show, and I would be lying to you and to myself if I just sat here and pretended like nothing is affecting me right now. Over the
Mind you, since the start of his MMA career, never brought up Palestinians. Are we going to pretend that for years, for decades, the Zionist entity wasn't massacring Palestinians, wasn't stealing land, and Ariel remained silent? In fact, Ariel decided to take his family to enjoy the colonization of Palestine. Understand that when we talk about Zionism and Jewish supremacy, they're not able to view the suffering of Palestinians. They're not able to recognize it as human suffering. Even when they recognize it to celebrate that suffering, for them, it's still not watching a fellow human being suffer. And so that's why you saw a lot of these liberal Zionists that were smart enough to hide their true sentiment and their true Jewish supremacy, reveal themselves post October 7th. And you saw the same thing with Ethan Klein from H3 when he had the political show with Hasan Piker, Leftovers. Prior to that, Hasan Piker knew that Ethan was a Zionist. Hasan Piker knew that Hila Klein was an IOF veteran. So he knew the Jewish supremacist sentiment. But they all kept it hush-hush and didn't put it in the forefront because he knew that I was going to upset some of Hasan Piker's delusional fan base. October 7th happens, and Ethan Klein cannot restrain his Zionism, his Jewish supremacist sentiment. And that ruins the show. And you have this whole fallout from it. But it was never about Zionism. Not for Hasan Piker. He didn't care. He doesn't give a fuck about that shit. For Ethan Klein, once October 7th happened, and there was an actual threat in the continued Zionist project, then he had to speak up and say something. Then suddenly he was afraid because there goes his fucking retirement home, right? Sure, he didn't like living there when he was younger and he was getting married to Hila Klein. But, you know, for retirement, why not? Wouldn't it be nice? Ariel's a very similar type of Zionist, or was a similar type of liberal Zionist. And now suddenly he can't bite his tongue.
But I just need to get some stuff off my chest, and I promise that I won't make this too long. And I recognize that I'm speaking to an audience that may not agree with everything that I'm saying, and an audience that may not even care about what I'm saying. But I'm here, and this is my show, and I would be lying to you and to myself if I just sat here and pretended like nothing is affecting me right now. Over the last 48 hours, what has happened in Israel has been heartbreaking to witness. And I'm not going to pretend that heartbreaking things don't happen across the world every single day. They do, and it's a horrific part of our society and life. It just so happens that this particular situation hits very close to home. I'm very proud to be Jewish. I'm very proud to be a supporter of Israel and a supporter of its existence. And this one hits really close to home. It's heartbreaking to see what happened on Saturday. It's heartbreaking to see the images. It's heartbreaking to see the videos. It's heartbreaking to read the stories. It's heartbreaking to think about what is going to happen. It's heartbreaking to think about the death toll, about the hostages, about the families affected, about the innocent lives affected. It's heartbreaking to stomach all of this. And it hits very close to home for multiple reasons. Number one, because I am Jewish and very proud to be Jewish. And quite frankly, I'm tired of being made to feel like that is something that I should be not proud of.
I'm tired. I'm sick and tired that I can't be proud of being white. I'm so sick and tired that white history is being erased, that my white identity is being replaced. I'm just so sick and tired of it. Wow, these supremacists all sound the same, but okay.
Very close to home for multiple reasons. Number one, because I am Jewish and very proud to be Jewish. And quite frankly, I'm tired of being made to feel like that is something that I should be not proud of. I was just in Israel in August. I never really publicized this, but when I took my vacation, I was in Israel. When I joined the show after Sean O'Malley's win, I was in Israel. And it was one of the best trips of my life. And perhaps that is why this is hitting a little closer to home. I was just there 5 weeks ago. And I was there with my kids for the first time and with my wife, and I had not been there in 15 years. And it was an unbelievable trip, probably the best trip that we've ever taken. It was for my my nephew's bar mitzvah. And we were in the country, all over the country.
Probably the best trip I've ever taken. I took my children, I took my wife. She hadn't been there in a while. I was there for my nephew's bar mitzvah. This was a couple years ago, so I don't think it was Sam Cedar's kid. Let's not get that confused.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers,
get it.
Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people, or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
Let me find this real quick. Let me find this real quick with Ariel. Let me see here. Search Ariel Hawani like Palestine, right? Let's see here. He gets confronted. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. 4 years old, killed by your fucking people. Shut the fuck up, Zion.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
have we know your comments. Your comments are available to us. We know your stance.
You'll find the hostages between their decomposed bodies.
We're not being aggressive.
Aggressive is Israel was.
You could use your platform, Ariel. You could use your platform to help people, brother. Ariel, why don't you use your platform to help people? No. There's a genocide. There's a genocide going on.
No one is talking to you. Supporting Zionism. I hope you wore sunblock today.
This whole idea of like, you could be using your platform to help people. Bro, they don't give a fuck. They are helping people. They're helping the Israelis, the Zionists, the Jewish supremacists. They are helping people. And this whole idea of like, because a lot of the backlash was like, dude, with these kids, man, really? Like he even says to himself, oh, you're going to talk that way in front of kids? You took them. You took them to the Zionist entity. You took them to celebrate and enjoy their time on stolen Palestinian land. But suddenly, the words hurt more. Suddenly, cursing in front of kids is too far. But taking them. Imagine if this would have been there on October 7th. Taking his kids to a little fucking rave. he would have been one of the individuals that we would have been forced to pretend to fucking care about and cry over and say and lament to say, oh yeah, no. I mean, we don't do that here. But again, some of the biggest voices on the online left, whether it's Sam Cedar, Hasan Piker, Emma Vigeland, you fucking name it. The leftist mafia, they all do the same fucking bullshit. Oh, you know, it's, you know, what Hamas did, you know, that's what happens when, you know, apartheid. They committed some atrocities on October 7th, but, you know, that's what happens when apartheid. Homie, we were having a fucking party over here. I barely fucking slept that night because I was fucking... I started my own fucking rave. Yeah. There's one more thing here, though.
Ignore this all the time.
So funny thing, another fighter that's coming up this weekend, Chimaev, who is really close with a dictator in Chechnya. Bro, when you have family members still living under the control of a dictator, I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna call you a fucking coward if you're an apolitical person, never advertise yourself as being political, and you're over here cozying up to them because they got your fucking primo or whatever. And they're like, oh, you're trying to disrespect me, you're trying to be rude. Oh, wouldn't it be horrible if something were to happen to your family? You see it a lot too with in Mexico with like artists and musicians. Some of them will embrace it fully, others will reluctantly take part in entertaining some horrible fucking people. But Ariel decides to get on his high horse and just be like, oh man, can you believe it? Can you believe this?
One last thing, because I feel like we can't just ignore this all the time. And maybe the back end of the show is not the best place to have this discussion, or maybe it is. Maybe it's the perfect place to have this discussion. What do we make of and what to do with some of the uncomfortableness of someone like Hamza Chimaev being very close friends with a Chechen dictator, rubbing elbows, his sons taking photos with Dana White, the visuals after the fight. Do we just ignore all of this? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, bro. You ignored the murder of Palestinians. You ignored the colonization of Palestine. At least publicly, you ignored it. You never addressed it. I'm sure you were celebrating it behind closed doors in private with your family, who apparently is now off limits. But Palestinian families aren't off limits, right? How fucking convenient. So he's over here in his high horse being like, I don't know, man. This Chechen dictator that, you know, he's just the worst thing in the world. I can't imagine another figure more evil than him that I would ever support. Because you know that if Dana White strolled in to a AOC event with Benjamin Netanyahu, Ariel wouldn't be talking like this. It's just, again, they don't view what they're doing as evil because they justify an excuse and defend their fucking actions. And they choose to see themselves as one united people. Right, James? It's like, okay, the end result wasn't pretty, but there's history of why there's a dictator in fucking Chechnya. He's choosing to go on vacation to the Zionist entity. But all right, let's hear a little bit more of this nonsense. We're not watching all of it. It's like fucking an 8-minute rant about this.
With some of the uncomfortableness of someone like Hamza Chimaev being very close friends with a Chechen dictator, rubbing elbows, his sons taking photos with Dana White, the visuals after the fight. Do we just ignore all of this? Like, I don't really know how to process all of this. What do we do? No other sport brings this type of like moral and internal conflict to its audience.
Moral and internal conflict. Something has never felt when it comes to Palestinians. And see, again, this is where, oh man, is it anti-Semitic to talk about Zionism in media? Is it anti-Semitic to... Nobody's forcing this motherfucker to do this shit. He just can't help it. He can't fucking help it. So don't fall for that fucking anti-Semitic shit. We're over it. We're over it. Congratulations. Push me to the fucking brink. Am I still gonna call out WASP and white supremacists and Commodore opportunists like our good friend Nick Cruz working with Jake Shields? Absolutely. But man, am I gonna give a shit when one of these fucking colonizers starts crying? Fuck no. I purchased these fried mangoes from the airport. 5-hour flight. I didn't want to eat, but I needed a snack, a healthy snack, right? My beaner ass was over here thinking about like the type of dried mango that we eat. I wasn't even looking for the tahini or the chile. I was just like, all right, something similar. Bro, this shit's like, it's all right, but it ain't good. But because the way I was raised, I gotta finish them. It's getting too stuffy in here. So that's Ariel Helwani for y'all. The largest voice in MMA media. Do me a favor, go ahead and hit the like button. Join the Patreon if you haven't joined it already. $2 gets you access to the Discord, all that good stuff. Let me know in the comments what you think. Or in the live chat. Get busy. Let's move on from this nonsense. Thank you for putting up with me and indulging me in the MMA bullshit. Espirito, I see you. Okay, that'd be interesting. I don't know how dried fruit blends. I know frozen blends pretty well, but dried? That'd be interesting. The liberal queen herself. Contrapoints. And I guess like the weird like post-Wobbly populist queen, Brianna Joy Gray. I guess we got to pick a side on this. I don't know. That's right. Shout out to Only Froggy and the crew on the Discord with the unofficial book club over there. They're about to start meditations on the Wretched of the Earth. They just wrapped up Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. I was actually going to drop in for the wrap up of Wretched of the Earth, and my flight changed. The delay really fucked things up. All right. Appreciate y'all for actually making that space really constructive. I never used Discord prior, so I didn't know what to expect. I did my best to like look up YouTube videos and kind of get a blueprint of what I should be doing with it in terms of the setup and just seeing how everyone just has contributed an immense amount of knowledge there. You know, I could always hop on and try to find articles or book suggestions and things like that, even music, which was dope. So I'm very fucking grateful for the people that are actually proactively involved in Discord. The sheriff will now and then hop on and remind us that we waste too much time on trolls, but it is what it is. All right. All right. Let's listen to this preview here. I'm assuming she dropped it. Grand Dragger dropped this on the Patreon early. I don't know. Look, maybe I would have joined her Patreon if it wasn't for what I'm assuming is still a business relationship with Virgil Texas, who was a pedo and who disappeared. I don't think she wanted to restart another channel or another project, so she's kept bad faith. I just don't know what the financials are, right? I just don't know what they are. Is Virgil going to get some of your Patreon money? If that's the case, then you are financially helping a pedophile. I can't take that risk.
So is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
Well, so I think when you're critiquing specific things that Mamdani does or that Biden did or that like yes, of course it's within reason to criticize your elected officials, and we all ought to do that. I agree, but I also think that what my frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional to like it's very difficult to build the kind of momentum behind a candidate when it's so much. I don't see this problem existing on the right where like you don't have I mean obviously Trump has lost a lot of his I think supporters in the last year, but like during the election they show up for him and they form this kind of like unified and some of this has to do with right-wing values around loyalty and submission and stuff. And I don't necessarily advocate adopting that, but I do think that, I mean, you don't even support Kamala Harris during the election. It's not like you say like okay, well, we'll get her elected and then we criticize. It's that when you're not even you don't even want to get her elected, then it's
because
it's
I have so
that's
much
where
less...
I see the criticism as being this like critiquing power thing.
Okay,
because it's
so,
like you don't.
Yeah.
You're
so
not.
Let's talk about power. Let's talk about leverage.
Yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
This was my biggest frustration with the way that Emma Vigeland was acting during Kamala's what was it, 175 days or whatever bullshit she named her book. Bro, the way that they act, like they're political geniuses. Bro, you're just a YouTuber like the fucking rest of us. Emma Vigeland would be irrelevant. She would not have made it through the TYT fucking meat grinder if Sam Cedar didn't pluck her from there and go, oh, let me find somebody who will never challenge me in terms of being more humorous, more charismatic, more quick-witted, more entertaining, more charismatic, more captivating, more camera friendly, you name it. I mean, Emma Vigeland, I wouldn't even be excited to make a video breaking down all the Zionist bullshit that she spread, the weaponization of sexism in defense of Kamala Harris, all these things. It's not even that entertaining because I know how fucking boring she is. That being said, she spent that whole Harris campaign advocating for the fact that, hey, if she wins, she appears to be more malleable, or she'll be at least more pliable to the pressure that the left can push on her than Joe Biden was. That was her pitch. Mind you, Harris's team was Joe Biden's team. And by that point, in the genocide of Palestinians, anyone with a conscience, anyone with an objection, anyone that would be pushing them to stop mass murdering and exterminating Palestinians had already quit. So who the fuck was going to apply the pressure in their inner circle? No one. It's a very simple question. I remember asking, I'm like, okay, who? Can you name me people that are actually going to push them to the left? Who are actually going to, force them to view Palestinians as human beings? Who is that? Because we know countless people had already quit. So who will do it? And of course, there's never an answer to that. It's just a very vague kind of, oh, no, we will. They'll get pushed left. Oh, we'll apply pressure once they have all the power. Okay.
Well, in this, I mean, I see what you're saying, like as like a protest voter threat, but I don't know. Do the Democrats take that threat seriously, or is it like is it tendency to instead? Because I feel like
this is where I keep getting back to.
I feel like a lot of Democrats feel that the protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right? Whereas there are like centrist median voters that are more winnable, right? And that's, I think,
how has that been panning out?
And it tends to be the reaction to losing an election.
And
right?
how is that panning out? Who are these centrist voters? So this is you're completely right. This is the Democrats' belief. They believe that if they take Liz Cheney, the daughter of the architect of the Iraq War, to Dearborn, Michigan, America's largest Muslim population, and parade her around on the stage, that they are going to find some voter, some Midwestern war-loving voter who is so in love with Liz Cheney, a woman who lost her seat because she wouldn't subscribe to Trumpism, and that's somehow going to gin up votes for her.
What I will say that the Liz Cheney thing, it's so frustrating because something that isn't argued enough, or at least I don't see it enough. Please double, quadruple down on the fact that her voting record aligned with Donald Trump's. So it's not just who she is as a Cheney, but what her actual political career was. So it's those two things. But I'm more invested in calling out her actual personal actions as a politician than what her father did. Obviously, that's part of it. But I'm saying, hey, the individual themselves removed from the father's sins or what have you, they're an evil fucking person themselves. And the only reason that we see them in these spaces is because they got pushed out by Donald Trump because she simply wasn't loyal enough. Right? So it's like, let's remember that aspect of it. Let's remember that this person's own actions make them evil. I don't know. I just don't see it enough. I see a lot of like just pushing the whole like, well, it's a Cheney, it's a Cheney, it's a Cheney. Yeah. But she's her own person. Let's not excuse, these white women's agency. As a white feminist myself, as an advocate for white feminism, let's do better. Because that's all we can do. Just try. Let me totally post this over here. Totally forgot about this. Here we go. All right, it's about to be 5. That's cool. Let's find the other clip though. I thought this was the other one. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay, yeah, this is fine.
At some point,
This is the first one I found. I'm not the biggest fan of post-duopoly watch, or just not even them specifically, but just this whole post-duopoly bullshit, because it was very much part of the Jimmy Dore kind of fan base that embraced this, because they're just allergic to fucking socialism or communism, or God forbid anarchism, right? Like, so just keep that in mind. If I don't take these people serious, it's for that reason. Da, 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 da. How did Diallo come up? By the way, the reunification of Earn Your Liberation. Can't fucking wait for that chaos. Let's see. How do y'all feel about the harm reduction argument? Found myself really disagreeing with Diallo on Earn Your Liberation. It sounded like elaborate liberalism to me. Fuck it. Let's talk about it. I understand when individuals who have found relative comfort, I'm not talking about riches, I'm not talking about wealth, I'm talking about comfort, stability, that there's a bit of survivor's guilt of saying, hey, we have to, essentially embrace this whole, they could rephrase it however they want, but voting for the lesser two evils, because there's people who are directly being affected by, SNAP benefits being removed, and things like that. As somebody still on this side of things, somebody who grew up with these social safety nets, it does sometimes feel like paternalism a little bit, in that sense that you're advocating for a band-aid because you're concerned that without that band-aid, the patient is gonna bleed out. When we all know and understand that the band-aid is not gonna stop the bleeding. But the argument is that it's better to have that band-aid than to not have it. And at a certain point, how long can you say that before the patient bleeds out? And any opportunity of saving the patient is gone. Because you're focused on supporting the band-aid rather than prioritizing the more drastic steps. That being said, that whole conversation is kind of pointless, and the reason why I never really addressed his position, because I've known about it for quite some time, is because we have no vanguard party. We're not organized to any extent that we can save this dying patient, right? And the dying patient is the working class. So it's kind of like, if you're not going to engage in that organizing, then yeah, all you can do is just vote for the lesser two evils. Otherwise, you're just hoping for other people to organize a party that is an evil, and to push somebody that is an evil, right? For you to vote for. Yeah. But I also just might be a little biased, going a little soft because of my admiration for Diallo's mic skills. I'm not perfect. I can be a fan of people as well. I mean, no, it's not about, because James says to advocate for both. You really can. That's the problem. You really can't, because once you start saying, hey, we need to vote for somebody that isn't evil, well, or even this whole idea of voting for the lesser of evils, then you should be voting for the Green Party. You should be voting for the PSL. You should be voting for whoever the Peace and Freedom Party, you know, promotes, isn't that? If you're really looking at lesser of two evils or whatever, lesser of the evils, then you should be voting for those individuals. You should be voting for the people closest to you politically. The question is, can they win? Right? Well, if you're trying to diminish the evil and destruction and the normalization that Democrats are doing, because you're hoping that something better, another, you know, a vanguard party will arise, well then, why not be comfortable with the evil that happens and the normalization of evil that occurs when a third party loses, but they're closer to your politics, and at least that vote is helping in the potential, you know, federal matching fund or whatever the fuck, right? Like for me, I've never understood that part. I'm like, if your vote is already going essentially to waste for one of the big two, why not waste it on a third party? At least then you're contributing to them reaching, what is it, 5 or 10% before they get federal matching for their funds. I don't know. Or just don't vote at all. I don't get it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're advocating for voting in any regard, then why wouldn't you vote for a political party that's closest to you or a political candidate that's closest to you? This whole fucking viable candidate, or this isn't viable. It's because that's Hasan's like tagline these days. Oh, viability. Yeah, because you're not making it viable. You're not doing anything to help make these things viable. Or else just say you're gonna vote Democrat forever. Which is like, all right, cool. At least just be honest. I don't know. And again, miss me with that practical shit. What was I mean, I'm not even bragging when I say this, but like I was literally fucking meetings with these people. I am not missing, diminishing, ignoring, or refusing to participate in practical work. I swallow my pride, I put my shit aside, and I try to do the best in hopes of an immediate benefit for the people that I work with and myself, if I'm being honest. So yeah. Honestly, man, honestly, like sometimes it's just like I was talking to an individual who's done this for a while, and I'm like, bro, it's just weird to describe something to be motivating, and because of my personal politics, so like, I don't know, the word is like jading, or like something that can, you know, demoralize you so fucking much. Because you start seeing and you start seeing the numbers, and you start like you're in these offices and you're having these conversations, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's there. As long as you have organization, you could apply pressure. Not enough, obviously, but something. You could do something. But at the same time, the fact that this is the avenue that we had to take for crumbs is so fucking disheartening. And I don't know how much longer I keep feeling like I'm compromising with myself. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of moments. There's a lot of moments where I was like, what the fuck am I doing, bro? All right. Let's get back to this.
Point, Natalie. Like at some point, I mean, is there anything that Democrats would do that you would say, if Donald Trump, if the 2016 version of Donald Trump were running against the 2024 Donald Trump on the Democratic ticket, would you say that we should vote for 2016 Donald Trump because his first term was better than his second term?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how I would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line. I've yet not found it yet of like what like moral depths to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
So
It's
what
pretty
does that
low.
mean?
Yeah.
And what,
It means that a genocide of Palestinians is not enough. It means that one genocide is not enough. So what the Democratic Party has is doing right now is wondering, how many genocides can they get away with?
so play that out for me. What are everyone always asking me to play out my plan. Play out the consequences of vote blue no matter who, because you and others, I don't mean to put it all on you, but ask me what the timeline is. I got to this place because I started asking more centrist oriented people what the timeline is for Medicare for all. How long are we supposed to deal with the fact that 68,000 people die every year from a lack of health insurance? What's the timeline on that? And I had people come to me who were Medicare for All activists in the state of California, who were Bernie's Medicare for All czar, and their plans were minimum 20-year time horizons, saying that, well, the argument that was made to me was Gavin Newsom was going to get Medicare for All in the state of California, that he was going to become president, and that he was then going to bring Medicare for All to the entire country. Gavin Newsom doesn't even support Medicare for All anymore, obviously. And the state of California, with its overwhelmingly Democratic legislature, has intentionally scuttled their CalCare program now multiple times, including just recently. So at a certain point, I mean, let me maybe ask it this way, Natalie. How much do you think that donor influence and corporate interests are determining the policies of the Democratic Party?
Well,
Let's take a moment before we hear this fucking brain dead answer. Being in California, this propaganda that like, oh, Democrats are like commies or Democrats are socialists or blue states are the safe havens for marginalized people. You can't even buy into that. You can't even buy into that shit. In fact, one of the main benefits of being in Southern California is being introduced to the fact that, hey, turns out queer people, if they're white, are still racist as shit. That's so fucking sweet. That's so fucking awesome. You head down to Orange County. Oh fuck, white people who have some money are racist as fuck. Cool. That's awesome. Oh, you're gonna organize? Well, depending on what organization you're in, it might be dominated white people, white liberals who are racist as fuck. Oh, just vote Democrat. Things will get better. Things don't get better. The Democrats stop it. Oh, well, you see, you voted for the wrong type of Democrat. And you realize that it's just a fucking game. And then you realize that that's what they're advertising and advocating for on a federal fucking level. The same type of fucking nonsense. And so you don't fall for that shit. Like Newsom. I still think he'll probably be president. Tall, attractive, can give a good speech. All these things. Easy fucking layup. He can get aggressive. This whole idea of like, oh, well, he's from California, that may stop him. Well, if he picks up the aggression, I think it'll even out. Because then the rest of the country will stop associating him with the image that they have of, you know, West Coast elites, and start seeing him as just another fucking white dude. So who knows? And then you have fucking people that want to create a cult of personality. I don't know, man. When you see a certain age gap, for me, that's a red flag. When you see a certain age gap, for me, I'm like, oh, okay, give this person more power and worse news are going to come out. Worse things are going to come out. I'm just saying. All right, let's get back to this.
That certainly have some effect. I think I maybe don't think they have quite the level of effect that you do, because yes, they have some effect, but they also, like, at the end of the day, do still need to get elected, right? So that I don't think there's an infinite like capacity for corporate influence. Like, there's a limit to how far you can push it where people will stop supporting you.
This is
I mean,
kind of my
I
point,
also
that
think
we
that,
saw
like,
that limit with God.
But wait. According to you, there should be no limit, though. Before we even get to the Gaza aspect of things, according to liberals, Contrapoints, there should be no limit, right? Whether it's corporate interests, whether it's imperialism, whether it's colonization, there should be no limit stopping somebody from supporting the Democratic Party. That is what they're advocating for. Am I wrong?
They do still need to get elected, right? So that I don't think there's an infinite like capacity for corporate influence. Like, there's a limit to how far you can push it where people will stop supporting you.
This is
I mean,
kind of my
I
point,
also
that
think
we
that,
saw
like,
that limit with Gaza and they didn't care, right?
like, Democrats have tried over the years to, like, I mean, Obama came fairly like with the Affordable Care Act, they came fairly close to getting not Medicare for all, but a single payer option.
Well,
It was
Natalie,
fairly
no,
close,
but they
being
did-
shot
but
down
they
by
did
Joe
it.
Lieberman.
Okay.
Again, and the solution to that is vote for more Democrats. That is their solution. You got to vote for more Democrats. Hey, the Democrats aren't getting the job done when they have all the power. So you need to vote for more Democrats so they can have more of all the power. Ay.
Fairly close,
but they
being
did-
shot
but
down
they
by
did
Joe
it.
Lieberman.
Okay, but like, why is it, Natalie? We know how slim the Republicans' margins are right now, right?
Yeah.
And yet they managed to do everything in the world. Why is it that Barack Obama had a supermajority? When we say it was scuttled by Joe Lieberman, we're saying that he was the 60th vote in a supermajority.
Yes.
And why is it that it seems to be the case that Democrats are always 1 or 2 votes shy from doing the thing that, 75% of the country wants them to do, but Republicans always manage to push through the thing that only 20% of the country wants them to do?
Because the thing that Democratic voters are advocating for, and these aren't radical individuals at all, actually do threaten or put pressure on capital, on the capitalist class. So there always got to be 1 or 2 Democrats who pull the reins, who say, not too quick. And the Republican Party, nothing that they do threatens capitalists. Nothing that they do will threaten the rich. Nothing that they do will threaten the owners. So of course, they're always going to have just enough people. When they have power, they have all the right fucking people to get their legislation passed. And it's not going to harm the Democratic Party or their donors. In fact, it's probably going to help them out some more. It'll allow the Democratic Party to fundraise some more and allow their donors to retain more of their fucking wealth.
Well, do you think that, do you really think that, like, Nancy Pelosi, for example, like, didn't want single payer? Like, I think that she did.
Yes.
Like, I think.
Hold on. I hadn't seen that. Wait, what the fuck? What did Hillary Clinton do to her?
Think that, I mean, do you really think that like Nancy Pelosi, for example, didn't want single payer?
I don't know how Brianna Joy Gray deals with all these fucking white people. I don't understand it. I don't get it. No one, not even the most liberal person I can think of, will side with Nancy Pelosi on this. In this fucking hypothetical world where she had a fucking heart to give a fuck about single payer. Can we be fucking serious for a moment? I will walk down the street of Southern California and ask people, do you think Nancy Pelosi supports single payer? They're gonna laugh in my fucking face. They're gonna laugh in my fucking face. That's what's gonna happen. Fucking ridiculous, man. Let's jump to this. Y'all seen this? Some more nonsense. Y'all seen this nonsense over here? This is why I said, look, I'm not over here saying that AOC should be like the DSA nominee. I wasn't upset that DSA didn't endorse him. I wasn't out here endorsing him. I wasn't out here supporting him. All I said was that it was wrong that Zohran Mamdani used his influence and his power within the DSA to stop them from endorsing AOC. I thought that was wrong, how he went about it. And I always thought that he kind of had this look to him that I didn't like. Oh, that's racist. No. Like a smug kind of like opportunist, like I'm smarter than you and I'm gonna make my way to the top type of look. And this confirmed it. I was just waiting, always go with your gut, And I was just like, huh. Yeah, like I'm not gonna vote for this guy. I'm not gonna like back him. It's just something about him. And this just confirmed it. This might be the most performative thing of 2026. And we'll do it for we'll do a performative awards at the end of the year, if y'all remind me. We'll do the performative awards 2026. This is my front runner. This is my vote over here. Look at this nonsense.
Mr. President, can I get you to say free Haiti?
Free Haiti.
There we go. Mr. President, can I get you to say free Haiti?
Free Haiti.
Bro, he thinks you're offering him Haiti for free. He thinks that you're offering Haiti for free. Look at his smug fucking... Clinton's laughing at him like, oh, you fucking idiot. Look at this fucking smug look. Look, he's preparing. He's like, oh, his courage. Oh, he's getting ready. He's like, oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fucking do it. This is it. This is my moment. Oh, man, this is going to go so viral. I can't fucking wait. This is going to go so viral. Oh, my gosh. I can't wait to run this on my campaign ad. You'll see, Zohran. You'll see. You'll regret it. You'll regret not endorsing me. He does this dumbass shit.
Mr. President, can I get you to say free Haiti?
Oh, look at him. I know it's just the side. But please. Look at this look. Like, I did that. Balls of your court, pal. Like that, like. But you weren't expecting that one, huh? Oh, yeah. I said it. I did that shit. I said it. Your move, buddy. God damn, how fucking embarrassing, bro. How the fuck do you look at yourself in the mirror? God damn. It's this moment where like, okay, I don't call for people's cancellations, but I think that there would be a benefit if we shun people from society. I'm not talking about canceling. You get on whatever platform he wants. You could do whatever the fuck you want. No. Like, this man should be shunned for the rest of his fucking life whenever he gets into any left spaces. Like, I want you to literally, if you ever run into AOC, turn your fucking back. Turn your back. Preferably as he starts talking to you. That is what he fucking deserves. That is what he fucking deserves. I want him to forget what it's like to be spoken to directly. And maybe then we can start talking about rehabilitation. Maybe then. But holy fucking shit. I hope this ended whatever fucking political career you ever wanted. You fucking opportunist. You performative motherfucker, bro. Like, goddamn. People are just shameless these days. And it's gonna get worse. Understand that shit gets worse. This is gonna get worse. We're gonna have to put up with so much more liberals, rad libs, sock dems, whatever the fuck they're calling themselves this week. Progressives. Are shameless motherfuckers, bro. I'll give you a quick example. A little teaser for later. You all seen this, right? All they can do is perform. All they can fucking do is perform. When I say that this is a threat to the working class, misleading them. This right here should be unfucking forgivable. One, look. It doesn't matter what way you break it down. It doesn't matter. Either he has read it, either he has actually read what is to be done, and he's purposely going against everything there. I guess there's three options. Or he read it and didn't understand shit and thinks he's actually following the game plan. Or three, and I think is the most likely one, he has not read it. He hasn't read it. He probably has one of his smart ass kissers give him like this, the summary, the breakdown, and just be like, oh yeah, this and that. Cool. Like an evil socialism for all, right? Like a groupie socialism for all. Like if socialism for all wasn't a fucking like, didn't have any self-respect, right? Whoever that version of socialism for all that lacks any like self-respect or value as a human being, but just wants proximity to Hasan Piker, whoever his is, probably breaks shit down for Hasan. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was that fucking that dude that lived in the Zionist entity for a while. I think it's one of the guys that does blowback. Forget his name, Noah, no, right? Noah something. Forget his last name. Anywho, I mean, this man. The French and their guillotines, wild. And then homie gets upset when they compare him to this. Let me see here. Who's got the... Somebody has to have this fucking edit. Unfortunately, again, just worse people on top of worse, horrible fucking people. But he did the same thing when he was in Ireland. So at least he's buying books from hopefully a bookstore, or maybe he gets like a Twitch Amazon discount. Yeah, but anyone supporting this guy should not be trusted. And unfortunately, you have reactionaries like Midwestern Clan over here using this moment. This fucking vendido. This fucking vendido. Of course, he has that Cortez fucking beard. But some of these fucking people, man, it's not gonna be nice. It's not gonna be good for me. It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy and they're not worth it. But goddamn. You know, when it's your own people, bro, when it's your own fucking people, you just want to take your time and really fucking enjoy just removing the comprador from their being. Fucking Midwestern Clan having their own little brown fucking token. Oh, that's hilarious. Bruh. I'm surprised it took me this long to find it. Hold on. So I know somebody did it for the train. But yeah, I guess I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh, well. Like I said, it was probably from a trash account, but it's funny nonetheless. Where is it? Where is it? Well, just look at this. So people online have compared him to like a Brian Griffin. And this was so fucking stupid that he thinks that the comparison is being made because Brian Griffin is a liberal or on the left, right? Listen to his own words.
We do not have the luxury of not platforming Hasan Piker. Okay. We don't have the luxury of ignoring Hasan Piker. We certainly do not have the luxury of castigating or insulting or looking down our noses at Hasan Piker. As hilarious and accurate as it is to call him IRL Brian Griffin. Like, I think that shit's hilarious and apt. But I have gone on here before and said to all—
Bro, there's like, I swear to God, there's a TikTok style of commentary. You know how like there's Reddit speak where people will say Reddit's down the street, buddy. This is the TikTok meta. And it's like, it's even somehow less educated than the fucking than the Reddit meta. Like at least the Reddit meta is they write like all these long effort posts about how I'm a danger to American empire. I'm a danger to America. I hate America. I'm a anti-NATO Atlanticist, and therefore this is an untenable position or whatever, right? But the TikTok one is even dumber than that, where they're like, he's just like, he's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he fucking reminds me of Brian Griffin. That, and also,
bro, he is so fucking stupid. And yes, thin-skinned. But he's thin-skinned because he never had to struggle for anything in his life. He's never had to, everything has been handed to him. And even then, he's needed more help. Can you imagine being a Nepo and still needing more help? It wasn't enough that Cenk Uygur, the Armenian genocide denier, is his uncle. He still needed the creep destiny. He still needed the creep destiny. And this was like, oh, because I'm condescending. No, it's not because you're condescending. It's because you're performative. It's because you pretend to know this shit. That's why liberals and reactionaries, the people to your right, are able to make fun of you. It's fucking hilarious, bro. And I had forgotten that I had done this when it came to this right here.
complain about their union brethren being super right wing and super reactionary and voting for Donald Trump. And obviously the alternative is the Democrats, which is also a liberal party that's also a bourgeois party, and they're not necessarily representing their interests either. But
what do you mean not necessarily?
They're not
They
representing
treat
their
them like deplorables. Remember?
Yeah, that's
Do you
true.
remember Hillary?
Yeah.
So one of the most surprising things about whatever I might not been up to in DC is consistently hearing union organizers talk about essentially, with Democrats like this, why do we need Republicans? And mind you, these are not radicals, these are not commies, these are not socialists, these are not anarchists. They're literally saying like, bro, like the Democratic Party is shit, but at least we're able to have meetings with them and try to like nudge them this way. And because of how toothless and defanged and how small unions are, we're going to play the game the best that we can. There was literally a fucking workshop about how to speak to Republicans. And so, because it's rare and it's too often fruitless, but when you get the opportunity, you got to put your bullshit aside and learn how to talk their language in hopes of something beneficial, occurring for the working class. That's just the really practical reality of it. So again, nobody can fucking tell me that I'm not practical. I'm painfully practical, just not the fucking way that most people like to perform it. And so because of this little thing right here, this little clip.
No, for sure. but like there is an opportunity there.
Donald Trump didn't really have to try very hard to become president of the United States.
No.
He had the Clintons.
I shared this.
Ever heard of the multiverse theory, Brian?
Well, of course I have, but I'm wondering if you have.
Oh my God, so transparent. Well, the theory states that there are an infinite number of universes coexisting with ours on parallel dimensional planes.
Dimensional planes, right?
Don't do that. Don't repeat the last two words like you already kind of knew what I was talking about. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Motherfucker can't even read, apparently, or at least comprehend what he's reading. Man. And again, it's not like this was like that guy.
Union brethren being super right wing and super reactionary and voting for Donald Trump. And obviously the alternative is the Democrats, which is also a liberal party that's also a bourgeois party, and they're not necessarily representing their interests either. But
not necessarily.
But what do you mean not necessarily?
They're not
They
representing
treat
their
them like deplorables. Remember?
Yeah. And my thing is, in the role that I'm in with my union, it's practical work. Hasan Piker wasn't even trusted to be involved in the TYT union. He had already left, so he could have been a external, assistance, help to stop some of the smearing that Cenk Uygur was committing against the TYT employees trying to unionize. He wasn't even entrusted with that because they understood that he's just performative, that he's a LARPer, that this is just all a marketing scheme. And so I say this to say, Hasan Piker is not being held to a standard of putting his politics aside and working for his fellow union members. A role and position that I was more than happy to step up to. So there's no limitations on him to say, hey, you know what? I have to help the Democratic Party, or I have to reach out to the Democratic Party. I have to align myself with the Democratic Party. There's none of that. He's choosing to do it for clout. He's choosing to do it because he thinks that he could, the same way, he's wearing a suit now. It helps legitimize him as a political commentator. Right? Because he's got all the money that he wants in the world. This is all about influence and self-importance. So yeah, they're buying Griffin and shit. So Same performative bullshit here. Why you would go out of your way to do this and think that you're doing something is so fucking embarrassing.
Can I get you to say free Haiti?
Free Haiti.
There we go. Mr. President, can I get you to say free Haiti?
Free Haiti.
There we go. Mr. President, can I get you to say free Haiti?
Free Haiti.
There we go. Mr. President, can I get you to say free Haiti?
Free Haiti.
There we go.
Doesn't even finish the video. There we go. Didn't even do this shit right, bro. Doesn't even do this shit right. Man. All right. What's next? What's next? Yeah, that's a whole lot of drama. Yeah, let's break it down. Let's break it down. Actually, let me go ahead and give y'all this pitch to go ahead and read this article by Kimberly Miller on Hood Communists. If you haven't already read it yourself. Marxism wasn't exported to the Caribbean. It was proven there. Sanctions, interventions, and the myth of Marxist Eurocentrism. I'll drop this in the chat. We'll read a little bit of the Haiti portion of it. Just for AOC and his good friend Bill Clinton. All right. Where are we at? Perfect. This is for AOC and Bill Clinton. Nowhere is this misrepresentation clearer than how the Haitian Revolution is mobilized to argue that Marxism is incompatible with Black liberation. A recurring claim in anti-communist discourse is that Marxism is inherently Eurocentric because it presumes an industrial working class is, as its primary revolutionary subject. On this view, Africa and the Caribbean allegedly fall outside Marxist analysis because they lacked an industrial base, rendering class struggle either marginal or irrelevant. This argument is not new. It is a repackaging of long-standing Euro-linear, rigidly strategist misreadings of Marxism. This argument is not new. It is a repackaging of long-standing Euro-linear, rigidly stagist misreadings of Marxism. The absence of a large European-style factory proletariat in the colonies does not indicate the absence of class relations. It reflects the fact that capitalist development in the colonial world was intentionally distorted by imperial plunder. This is precisely what Caribbean and Global South Marxists have wrestled with for decades. The Haitian Revolution exposes the flaw in this argument with clarity. Saint-Domingue was not feudal. It was the most profitable colony in the world, a hyper-exploited plantation economy producing sugar and coffee for global markets, fully integrated into Atlantic capitalism and organized around large-scale labor regimes. Enslaved Africans were not peasants operating outside capitalism. They were a coerced plantation proletariat subjugated to industrial-scale extraction under racial slavery. C.L.R. James was explicit on this point in The Black Jacobins. Toussaint Louverture, I always fuck up his name. And you would think with the fucking Romance language, I might be a little bit closer. And Saint Domingo Revolution and the Saint Domingo Revolution 1938. He argues that the Haitian Revolution was the first successful revolution of a modern colonial proletariat. It did not require Enlightenment tutelage. It began before France abolished slavery. It was organized and executed by enslaved Africans, Maroons, and an emerging Black officer corps, operating within and against a fully capitalist system of production, Far from advancing bourgeois interests, the revolution targeted the plantation class, expelled the planter elite, and attempted to reorganize land and labor around black mass sovereignty. Haitian socialist Paul C. Macombe's analysis builds on this insight by rejecting European technological assumptions. No. Did I say that wrong?
Teleological.
Like the teleological assumptions that treat industrialization and bourgeois transformation as universal measures of revolutionary success. Rather than denying the class character of the Haitian Revolution, Macomb foregrounds the internal class tensions that emerged through it, particularly between the African mass base and emergent elite factions shaped by mercantilist structures. His intervention shifts the analytical question from whether class struggle exists to how and where revolutionary rupture was constrained within the capitalist world system. The post-revolutionary Haitian counter-plantation system was not simply a subsistence fallback for a reaction to slavery, but a class project through which the African majority refused the restoration of plantation labor and mercantilist accumulation. As Professor and Caribbean scholar Tamanisha J. John says, the Haitian Revolution upset what was seen as a normal social and economic relation of its day. The post-revolution environment in Haiti thus had a momentous task. Factions such as the affranchis, property-holding intermediary class of free people of color, mulatto elites, and petit bourgeois free blacks sought to reconstitute, export agriculture through state power. The Corée system of racialized coercive surplus extraction and control of ports and trade to continue the plantation system of their former colonial slave masters, which the mass base of the revolution rejected, advocating land autonomy, subsistence production, and selective market engagement. We'll just knock this out right here. Thanks for putting up with me. Appreciate y'all. Here we go. In this reading, post-independence Haiti was structured by a class struggle over whether capitalist labor discipline would be restored or fundamentally rejected. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Haiti's first head of state, attempted to balance elite demands for state-led export accumulation with mass demands for land, autonomy, and non-plantation labor, representing an early experiment in agrarian socialism. Crucially, the emergence of a peasantry in post-revolutionary Haiti does not invalidate the Haitian Revolution's revolutionary capacity, as some Eurocentric critics often imply. That peasantry did not precede capitalism as a pre-modern remnant. It emerged through revolutionary rupture, as plantations collapsed and land was seized. In Marxist terms, this represents a transformation of class structure under conditions of liberation, not evidence that class struggle was absent or irrelevant. These contradictions are not confined to the 19th century. Haiti continues to confront externally mediated attempts to reorder its social-economic relations. The current foreign-backed gang suppression force, an extension of the prior Kenya-led, US-sponsored multinational security support mission, propped up by unelected governments, reinforces elite and paramilitary control over Haiti's ports, trade, and urban space, while marginalizing popular sovereignty and resistance. In this sense, Haiti once again becomes a site where imperial security, doctrine, and foreign intervention intersect with class struggle over land, labor, and political authority. The historical struggle between export-oriented elites and popular autonomy is ongoing. Please, 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 please. Somebody that actually organizes, somebody that actually reads this shit and writes about it. Kimberly Miller, Marxism wasn't exported to the Caribbean, it was proven there. Check it out, check it out, check it out. an amazing person overall. All right, before we get to this nonsense, quick bathroom break, and I appreciate y'all for that. Give me one sec. What am I pulling up? What nonsense have I engaged in? Actually, yeah, let's just pull up this conversation. Fuck it. If y'all missed it, I was on with Jared. Millennials are killing capitalism. There to, you know, just bring down. Where are we here? Hey, look, I told him when we first really started interacting, I go, hey, my goal, my one and true goal is to not muddy the waters, to yeah, this is good. Bring the IQ a little down just by walking into the room. All right, I'll be right back.
The language that they were talking
and adding on and all for it, then I can.
No. One.
To carry arms. I mean, look, I went to university with Aaron Matsey.
Already?
We both studied at Concordia University. I was the first Arabic person to be elected to any executive of a student union in Canada. I had the misfortune of that happening just weeks before September 11, 2001. Okay, and I became the Zionist media in Canada called me the Osama bin Laden of Canada. Jesus. I was like, inches away of ending up in Guantanamo Bay, but I'm not joking right now. Okay, I it's funny to remember these moments. And after that year, our coalition that was running the student union decided to put Jewish faces on the executive in order to kind of counter this idea. The Zionists were saying there's a cabal of Islamists and leftists that are taking over the student unions. Okay, this is the language that they were using. So we put on Jewish faces on the executive, one of them being Aaron Matsey. Okay, and that pissed off the Zionists so much that the biggest media mogul in Canada at the time, his name was Israel Asper, went and booked Benjamin Netanyahu to come and speak at Concordia University less than a year from September 11th, on September 9th, 2002. And the whole idea of this Israel Asper was that they're going to come and crush the viper's nest. This is the language they used, the viper's nest of anti-Semitism in Canada, the Concordia Student Union being that. And we organized a huge demonstration after we tried to get Netanyahu arrested for war crimes, and the government refused. We went through the court system and so on, and then we issued a citizen's arrest warrant and said we're going to arrest Netanyahu. Cutting that story short, Netanyahu was unable to speak at Concordia University, and there was a huge battle between the police and the students. And the police got a beating that they've never had before. And that was the only time in history that a prime minister of the Zionist colony was unable to speak anywhere on this planet as they wished. Okay? This brought a huge Zionist backlash on us. All the national media in Canada was churning 24 hours articles and reports that are disparaging us. And Aaron Matsey, under all this pressure, buckled. Okay, and he broke the line and resigned and went crying to Noam Chomsky. Recorded on video, by the way. He recorded himself driving to MIT from Montreal to cry about the Arabic and Muslim organizers at Concordia basically bullying him. And he was on this recording that everybody can watch. His father, Gabor Mate, and Noam Chomsky both told him that he doesn't need to listen to the Palestinian Arab and Muslim students, that he should only fall back to his Jewish heritage for making decisions about such a thing, which is, in my opinion, a very supremacist way. Aaron Matze, Max Blumenthal, all these Jewish critics that we're talking about come from the oppressive group, the group that is responsible for the genocides and the colonialism. And therefore, they should be taking their lead, if they really want to criticize their own group, to take their lead from those who are oppressed. We never, we find ourselves as Palestinians in a very unique way in history. When we go and look at, let's say, Black liberation in the United States, when you're going to come and quote right now speakers and writers about it, you're probably going to quote 99 Black writers and then maybe one guy that is white, right? But what is ended up happening is that me as a Palestinian, us as a Palestinians, seem to be, silenced, even in our expertise and resistance about our own self. And Jewish voices that claim to be critical but are risking nothing are the ones that are put as experts about our oppression and our liberation. This is very problematic behavior that the US, and I think it kind of betrays that even in the leftist or progressive circles in the West, Jewish supremacy is a norm. When
That's
we
good.
say Aaron Mate,
yeah, that was a longer clip. We cut it down. I did just send you something, a message, because I want to show that conversation, or just the interaction. We don't have to listen to the conversation of Aaron Mate and Chomsky, aka Epstein's good friend, which highlights, and for me, I didn't know this because I knew about Aaron Mate's documentary, because he always kind of talked about his time in Democracy Now! And how he came up as a journalist. And I was interested in it. I've never seen it, but I was interested in him because of Gabor Mate, which we'll bring about shortly, because of Gabor Mate's work with trauma and ADHD. It's literally right down my alley. Like that's dope. And then I found out that he was a Zionist, and I was like, we can't have anything nice here. But I do want to show this interaction, which explains why Aaron Mate was so defensive of Chomsky when it was revealed that he was, good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And it wasn't until it was shown to Aaron Mate that Chomsky was literally like coaching or Epstein about allowing the Me Too movement to kind of blow over, to just wait it out, that Aaron Mate retracted his defense. But even then it was, half-assed. But this explains why he was so devoted to defending Epstein's good friend. Bro, like, sometimes I have like a little kind of like self-awareness to be like, I'm in my room by myself, yapping for hours. Have the camera pointed at me, lighting, whatnot, background, all this stuff. But I don't know if I'm capable of like filming a documentary with me, like, and like holding the camera or positioning the camera. I could just be like, I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known. Like that type of, I don't know if I'm capable of doing that. Like, I don't know if I'm able to be that performative. And to make it all about yourself is so fucking ridiculous. All right. Enough with that. Where were we? Yeah, here. Let's knock that one out. So, Chris Smalls versus AOC's cult. Apparently, he's not leveled up yet to the point where he could go at it one-on-one with AOC. He had his chance and he got a little too cozy, if you ask me, but it is what it is. All right. Jessica Burbank says, a big thank you to AOC and her team who helped locate where Chris Smalls was being detained this morning. It means a lot to have a member of Congress spring into action and support with this in a moment, with a moment's notice. It means a lot to have a member of Congress spring into action and support with this. Oh, in a moment's notice. I feel like a comma would have helped me out there. Right there. Anywho. Is Jessica Burbank like Chris Smalls is like team member, or what are we doing here? That you're going out of your way to tag both of them and giving AOC a big thank you. And says she is host of Jessica Burbank show on YouTube, sometimes journalism, sometimes joking. Okay. Huge following. White. So already, there we go. So my question is, who's, like, what is she representing? Whose team is she on? I don't know what's up with this nonsense here. Chris Moss says, that's cap. My team found me. Definitely don't want to give that credit to AOC. Haven't heard from her in 4 years since we unionized. Jessica Burbank says, I'm the one who reached out to AOC personally to help locate you. Fucking white people, bro. Fucking white people, man. So in a way, like, you're praising yourself? Because she says, big thank you to AOC and her team who helped locate where Chris Smalls was being detained. And so you're tweeting this out because you were involved in it. I'm the one who reached out to AOC personally to help locate you. I put her staff in touch with your lawyer. Maybe you could have asked your lawyer before posting or called. Why the fuck would you get involved? Why would you insert yourself, white woman? Why? And I don't know what's going on with Dr. Umar right now, so I can't even pull up like a Umar, GIF or fucking clip at all. This is wild. And then to post, what does it say here? So was AOC staffer not helpful? I'm confused as to why Chris is upset. Is someone upset? I haven't heard that Chris was upset. Everyone was helpful and he got out quickly. Why don't you post? If you're sharing screenshots with his lawyer, why aren't you posting anything with AOC's team? That's fucking suspicious. That's kind of weird fucking behavior. All right, she doesn't reply to anyone here. I can see it. And so the other whites start to circle in. Why would so fucking stupid. Why would AOC reach out to you? You were sued out of ALU leadership years ago. You're a celebrity activist. That's great, but AOC doesn't need to kiss your feet. Mind you, Chris is saying that's cap. It wasn't her and her team that located me and freed me from prison. I don't want her getting any credit of it. I haven't heard from her in 4 years. And this white man here, if you haven't ran into them, you're very fortunate. Thank God these fucking white people aren't around me, bro. Thank fucking God. Says, why would AOC reach out to you? Well, Why would she reach out to him in the first place? Because she thought that he would be useful. That's why. And this was before he was sued by the ALU leadership years ago. You're a celebrity activist. It's fucking hilarious, bro. It's fucking hilarious. A celebrity activist from fucking Denver, bro. From Denver. The fucking, one of the widest places you go to. All right. That's great, but AOC doesn't need to kiss your feet. Mind you, again, exposing his weird foot fetish. Who the fuck is talking about kissing feet? He literally said, I haven't heard from her in 4 years, and I don't want her getting credit. How is that kissing your feet? Laugh my fucking ass off. I'm just a fired Amazon worker, bro. Secondly, you're just wrong. I never ran for re-election because I didn't want to. Suing for elections didn't help bring Amazon to the table. Stop believing clickbait. Maybe. Lastly, don't give a damn about a politician, not my savior. I don't care about saviors, but I dislike it when people trash few pro-labor politicians we have, especially over personal grievances. I'll ask you again, why would AOC reach out to you? Because I can't see any reason she should. Bro was so eager to attack Chris Smalls. Whatever criticism you may have, Chris Smalls work with Amazon and unionizing the employees is greater than anything Joe wrote will ever accomplish in his colonizer life. Missing the entire point just to argue with Chris Smalls because Chris Smalls dared to say, hey, it wasn't AOC. It's very simple. I don't care about saviors, but I'm going to jump in to defend AOC because you dare to say she didn't rescue you from prison. Why would AOC reach out to you? Oh, I mean, why did she in the first place? Why did she reach out to Chris Smalls in the first place? Is he acting like we don't know that, let's see here. That this happened? I mean, you could just ask her yourself next time. Well, I don't want to be crude. So Chris Smalls, fuck AOC, how about that? And again, more fucking white people, bro. And more fucking white people jump in. And now we good. You know, I don't do this to kiss ass to y'all. I don't do this to try and like start a race war. It is very obvious that when white people go out of their way to like try and use AAVE when interacting with black people, you know why they're fucking doing it. Now we good. Yes, Austin Williams. I'm sure you talk like this all the time. Anywho. This shit keeps going. It goes on for quite a bit. More white people jump in here. It's fucking hilarious. Christian Smalls truly represents the worst of us and has from day one. The fact he's crashing out, Jesus Christ. Why do you guys do this? Why do you guys do this? I'm trying to see something. I'm assuming this is them. Yeah. So this is them. Already, goddamn, bro. Glorifying this shit. Already glorifying this fucking shit. White man over here. Christian Smalls truly represents the worst of us and has from day one. The fact he's crashing out. AOC did not bail me out of jail. I don't want her taking credit for it. I haven't spoken to her in 4 years. Is crashing out. And you see, I wish I could play that Ray Vaughn song. I really wish I could, but his dumbass was out here fucking defending Tory Lanez. It just ruins the song. But the way that white people just water shit down or just completely misinterpret everything. Crashing out on AOC and people siding with him speaks to a broad immaturity of our left labor movement. And I hope that people reflect on why they're falling for his very obvious grift. Oh, he's a grifter. You see, when he was sleeping in the bus station bench just to start a union, he was grifting. He was thinking about all the money he was about to make, bro. This is so fucking pathetic, bro. To be honest, if people kind of downplay the fact that, like, if real, like, just, can we be fucking honest for a second? Little fucking shocked, a little surprised that Jeff Bezos didn't fucking get rid of Chris Smalls from the jump. If I'm being honest with you guys, I don't think that should have ever been minimized or that we should be acting that it wasn't a possibility. Anas, we love Anas around here. This is the person that called out. Zohran Mamdani says, I know Chris Smalls personally, and as a Palestinian, I can say he's one of the best people I know. Is he perfect? No, I'm not either. But his criticism of AOC comes from doing the actual work underground and seeing who truly stands with labor and who folds for power. And again, the whiteness continues. But he's not into saviors and celebrities. Sure, Chris Smalls was sued out of the only union he joined. He joined, bro. To minimize the fact that he helped organize it, found it. AOC has near perfect ratings from every labor organization. As a labor organizer, I can tell you which one is more committed to workers' rights. Question, do you agree with AOC's decision to vote yes to funding the Israeli Iron Dome? That was the biggest deflection I've ever seen. Mind you, again, this all started by this guy claiming, I don't know why AOC would talk to you. All right. Ay. Yeah, so again, this is why I don't interact with white people, especially white liberals, sock them, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves, in a serious manner, and why I fucking start clowning them immediately, because they'll do shit like this. This fucking white dude, Joe wrote, and jumps in. Jumps in to deflect about what's going on with Chris Smalls to talk about why should AOC kiss your feet? When all Chris Smalls said was like, yeah, no, I don't think I would like her to get the credit for bailing me out, basically. Let me get rid of these pages here. White people, bro. What are you gonna do about it? Well, I can think of one solution. But anywho, let's keep it pushing. So Joe wrote over here, leaking DMs, which is fucking hilarious. And it is gonna highlight something about Chris Smalls. During his meltdown, now it's a meltdown. First it was a crash out with the other white dude, now it's a meltdown. In my DMs yesterday, Chris Smalls called himself the biggest labor leader in the world. You still haven't answered my question. Why would AOC reach out to you? You're not in any position of power. That's all they care about. And the small influence you have isn't worth the trouble you cause her. Fucking shit. Again, deflecting. Chris Smalls never said that AOC should reach out to him when he was arrested. He simply said she did not do it and it wasn't her team. I haven't heard from them in 4 years. How could it be them if I haven't heard from them in 4 years? And so he's still deflecting. Joe wrote, this is Chris Ma. Bro, I spoke and been around AOC plenty of times, and guess what? Still don't give a damn about her. Get off her coattails, and you truly sound unhinged saying to the biggest labor leader in the world that I have a small influence, laugh my fucking ass off. You're a true clown. Get offline now and go do something like organizing. This conversation is over. All right. And look how white people minimize black people when they decide to organize. Chris has organized one workplace. One workplace, bro. Chris has only organized one workplace. Yeah, I don't know. Look, whatever criticism we have of Chris Smalls, credit to him for turning down Bernie. Well, Bernie was offering the very same thing that AOC took. Props to him for joining the flotilla to Palestine. Props to him for organizing a union from the ground up, starting a union in Amazon. And to call it organized one workplace. And to mock him and those union members by saying it still doesn't have a contract. I have not organized many workplaces, but I've organized more than Chris. So what does that even fucking mean? Like two? Two is technically more than one. However, the question here is, have you started a union from the ground up against like the largest fucking company in the world right now? Amazon. That's probably not accurate, but you get what I'm saying in terms of the US. It should be up there. So again, the way that they have to diminish the actions against people that criticize their celebrity heroes or saviors, the way that they have to diminish the labor actions of black people in order to feel themselves to be better than them, right? Because if you were accurately describing what Chris Smalls did, as everyone was describing when he had the blessing of AOC and Bernie Sanders, everyone would have laughed this fool out of the room to say, what do you mean organize one workplace? I wonder why somebody organizing a union against Amazon is struggling to get a contract. I wonder why that is. And then for Joe Rogan to turn around to say, I have not organized many workplaces. Okay, so many is what, 3, 4? I don't know. Okay. But I've organized more than Chris. Well, who? What? Please enlighten us. Be specific, homie. You know, when they're vague like this, it's because they want to avoid the details. Ay. Yeah, no, there's no, who are you? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's not bad. Yes, 100%. This was Midwestern clan for sure. So, anywho. And again, the line over here, somebody says, okay, what is the purpose of telling him that he's not worth AOC's time? That's not helpful either, because he criticized AOC for not reaching out to him. It's the same thing he said about Zohran. I'm also correct. She helped him and he attacked her as a thank you. Definitely not worth her time. God damn, bro. These people are fucking funny, man. But yes, I do agree with the sentiment. This shit is embarrassing all around. Especially for Chris Smalls to, you know, be upset and to say like that he's the largest labor organizer in the world. Labor leader in the world is preposterous. Come on, bro. Let's get off the high horse a little bit. Come on. Don't give these white people more fuel. But yes, all these fucking white people are upset. Of course, another one here. Look, what do they all have in common? What do they all have in common, chat? Let me know in the comments. What do all these fucking people have in common? And you realize why I can't stand them. Because whatever criticism I may or may not have for Chris Smalls, you think I'm gonna side with these fucking colonizers? You think I'm gonna side with these fucking people? They're just waiting. They're just waiting in the wings, waiting to hate on, diminish, and downplay the actions of a black person. They're just waiting on it. Hell yeah, she's got shooters, bro. Chris Smalls is someone to pay no mind to. And of course, of the receipts, I also condemn Hamas, just FYI. What the fuck is this? No, I don't want that. What the fuck? That's fucking. Does she reply to this? Of course not. Of course not. I'm having too much fun. Look, I wanted something light for this stream. And he keeps going. All right, awesome. Where is it at? Oh yeah, that's right. Totally forgot about this. Let's see if I can find it here. Joe Rowe puts a screenshot of a legal case that I'm sure he did not read, but this is hilarious. He squashed it 2 years ago. If you say so, I mean, where's the evidence that it's continuing that? Yeah, just a bunch of nonsense. I got to be careful. But yeah. They kept that shit going for a minute. It's not even 2027 yet, and Joe Rowe is already a massive liability for AOC. This is so bizarre. It seemed like this could have been a simple, possibly private conversation between Chris and the original post to clear up some facts, but this dude is butting in and starting a big fight for no reason. What the hell is wrong with him? Of course, they had the deflecting. All Chris said, remember, all Chris said is, that's cap, my team found me. Definitely don't want to give that credit to AOC. Haven't heard from her in 4 years since we unionized. Just clearing things up. Why would AOC reach out to you? You were sued out of the ALU leadership years ago. You're a celebrity activist. That's great. But AOC doesn't need to kiss your feet. It's like, wait, what the fuck, bro? And mind you, Joe Rowe, you want to be a celebrity activist, bro. That's your whole fucking deal. Here's for the concerned. I know Chris very well, of course. We spoke after his post. We are good. I knew his feelings on AOC. It was a last resort I took after speaking with others closest to him. I couldn't tell him I asked her for help. He didn't have his phone because jail. I always do whatever it takes to help comrades I care about in a situation like that. If people help, I will thank them. I also reached out to former PD, defense attorneys, etc. Was on the phone all morning. Like private detective? Let's focus back on the issue, the ruling class. Please don't send Chris or AOC anyone hate on my behalf. Okay, love y'all, bye. He said he didn't want to give her credit for freeing him, and then AOC supporters attacked him for it. This is just as much a part of the story as AOC's help. 100%. And then, yeah, you see some of the anti-blackness of here. All right. So this person's a fucking weirdo. Unsurprising. This whole idea of, I just want to say thank you. Yeah, do that shit privately since you conducted all that shit privately. Instead of running for PR for AOC. So this one keeps going. So the original post here is, I personally reached out to my contact in the city when no one could find Chris, including AOC. I put her staff in touch with his lawyer. AOC told me we got him when he was located. Okay. So to recap, one, Chris Moss gets arrested. Oh, I fucking hate this guy, bro. Gets arrested doing what, bro? Gets arrested doing what? 2, AOC plays some role in getting him released. Some role, okay, we don't know what that role is. 3, either unaware of her role or unwilling to acknowledge it, Smalls gets mad at AOC on social media. Literally saying, I just don't want her to take credit for it, but okay. And Jessica Burbank said she did not inform Chris Moll about it, so he was acting based on the knowledge she had at hand, but okay. 4, once called out on it. Called out on it. Okay, sure. He goes Michael Tracy mode and spends the day DMing me to try and fight me. Oh, scary black man. Oh no. Oh, not a scary black man trying to fight me. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Ancestors, give me strength. God damn, bro. And people wonder which of these is a better movement partner. Yeah, AOC running cover for fucking Zionist is a better business partner, not the person that got arrested by the Zionist entity. But this whole, I want to highlight something. A lot of you might not know who Michael Tracy is. Michael Tracy is just a complete fucking moron. But more importantly, right now, he's known for trying to fight people because he's been defending Jeffrey Epstein. He's been doing this whole, well, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Technically, he's a blah, 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 blah. That's what Michael Tracy is known for. So Joe Rogan is literally trying to associate him with Chris Smalls. Michael Tracy has been trying to fight people over the way that they've been talking about him because obviously he's a pedo fucking apologist. But he has this whole thing of like, he's trying to fight me. Oh my, dude, you're a grown ass fucking man. And you're crying to the internet about somebody trying to fucking scrap because you're talking shit online. And yes, that's sexist, machismo, all that shit from me, 100%. Yes, Michael Tracy, another fucking alumni from TYT, of course. I think we should be done here. Oh, wait, but there's more. My post was thanking AOC for putting effort into this in a moment's notice, but I do want to highlight, and again, leaking fucking DMs. Oh, here we go. 100%. Thank you. Why would you make a statement and do this without checking with the person most affected? They take away your phone when you're in jail, so I couldn't ask Chris who he preferred. I asked for help. No, but you asked for help privately, so thank them fucking privately. And again, this is why you can't be organizing with fucking white people, bro. This is why. Because they will find every way to fucking use you, use your suffering, use your oppression to cozy up to the powerful, rich, and the elites every single fucking time. God damn, bro. No, I talked to Chris and he believed the bullshit I spewed. That's wonderful. Anywho. This is fucking too funny. Look at this. I'm done with folks valorizing Chris Smalls. See this exchange for a glimpse into how he operates. Winter says, I'm glad AOC has a team that defends her. You're amazing. Former staffer, but still a supporter. I thought Winter was kidding. Former staffer, but still a supporter. No fucking shame in this game. Bro, I don't know who you are and I don't know your background. But the fact that you're over here defending somebody that says Kamala Harris was working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Like I said, I don't know your background, but we'll see what's the next Muslim country that the Democratic Party decides to fucking commit a genocide against. And I'm sure you'll be there to excuse and defend whatever girl boss is leading the charge. Fucking disgusting, man. But yeah, which one's this? All right. So we're wrapping up here. So this happened over here in New York. A Zionist assaulting a woman, and of course, the NYPD protecting this abuser. This is why I don't go to peaceful protest. This dude grabs a woman in a headlock. Could have really severely injured her neck. Who knows if he would have had a weapon, he would have had her close enough to inflict damage, potentially kill her. Nobody, and I mean nobody in this fucking crowd makes an example out of him to make sure that fascists, which Zionists are, don't put hands on peaceful protesters again. So fuck this fool for being an attacker, an abuser, for assaulting a woman. And fuck all the people around him for not doing shit.
Stop! Relax! He just started swinging. He just started swinging. No one! You want to press us? You want to press us, pussy?
And of course, Zohran's NYPD does nothing. Don't go out with and don't organize with people that aren't down to fucking scrap to save your life, because I mean, at that point, that woman's life's at risk. We don't know what this guy had on him. And look how long it took him to separate him from her. He could have fucking killed her.
He's hitting his vape. He's got his hands in his pockets. Or are you waiting for us to walk away so you can let him go? Fuck you! Before you get your ass kicked. Shut the fuck up! Bro, I'm gonna fucking shut the fuck up! Get the fuck away from me! Get the fuck away from me! Shut fuck you! You didn't have to stop. Go. Fuck! You didn't have to stop. Don't fucking touch my shit! You didn't have to stop. Don't fucking touch my shit! You're looking for trouble. I'm not looking for shit. Stop! You guys are fucking out. Yeah, you psychopath. Let's go.
Yeah, man. Some of these people will not do shit for you, bro. Wild, bro. The way that his eyeball should have been fucking rolling around like fucking Pirates of the Caribbean shit. And so this is happening thanks to Police Commissioner Tish and the man who kept her there, Mamdani. Yeah, who knows? I mean, honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that he could have really hurt her neck, her windpipe. We don't know how strong this fool is. Was it 10 pounds of force to break somebody's neck? Mamdani didn't have to keep Tish. He chose to. Incoming mayors typically appoint their own police commissioner at the start of their term. He could have done the same. He didn't. Instead, he kept Tish, who defends genocide, hosts Netanyahu, and teaches that the watermelon symbol is anti-Semitic. And here we have a statement from Mamdani in terms of this protest against sale of Palestinian land.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you assess how you think things went last night at the Park East Synagogue protest?
The question is, can you assess how things went yesterday at the protest?
Do you think the police effectively enforced a buffer zone? Is that what essentially happened?
Do you think that the police practically enforce a buffer zone?
And was the right to protest sufficiently protected in your view?
And something about the right to protest.
Yes, I think that I've made it clear time and time again that we in this city believe in the sacrosanct nature of the right to protest, and also are committed to ensuring that any New Yorker can safely enter or exit from a house of worship, and that access never be in question, while we also pretend that We in this city believe in the sacrosanct nature of the right to protest, and also are committed to ensuring that any New Yorker can safely enter or exit from a house of worship, and that access never be in question, while we also protect the First Amendment. And I do believe that the police ensured that yesterday.
And as you talk about ways to prevent anti-Semitism, I noticed yesterday that when you put out a statement about the protest,
So co-signing the actions of the NYPD. Beautiful.
in advance of the protest, you noted that you agreed with the protesters. You've weighed in on the subject of Israel in a couple of other ways and recent days. And I just wonder whether, are you considering whether you personally putting your views about Israel out there is in any way fueling anti-Semitism in the city? Do you ever think maybe you should just not weigh in or just not bring it up?
What was his statement? I thought we were going to hear it here. My bad. Let's see. No. I do wonder if the intercept piece we're about to read includes it. Maybe the land sale. Let's see. When we have a real estate expo that is promoting the sale of land, which includes the sale of land in occupied West Bank in settlements that are a violation of international law, that is something that I firmly disagree with. Okay. But I'm going to do nothing about it. Beautiful. But the question asked is, by commenting on this, is it fueling anti-Semitism? So we know what the reporter is all about there.
Views about Israel out there is in any way fueling anti-Semitism in the city? Do you ever think maybe you should just not weigh in or just not bring it up?
I think that critique of the policies of a government are very much separate from bigotry towards the people of a specific religious faith. And there is no tolerance for anti-Semitism. There is no tolerance for hatred of Jewish New Yorkers, which we have seen time and time again, whether it be in the graffiti of swastikas on a number of homes across Queens recently. And I've also been clear to New Yorkers my honest opinions about the fact that when we have a real estate expo that is promoting the sale of land, which includes the sale of land in occupied West Bank, in settlements that are a violation of international law, that is something that I firmly disagree with, and that I also believe that many New Yorkers firmly disagree with, because it has been at the heart of an ongoing effort to displace Palestinians from their homes.
I'm going to talk to one more. Kelly?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Again, I wanted to ask you, the state budget efforts right now, it looks like it might be
I do wonder what statement she was referring to, though. Let me check this out later. Oh, is it this maybe? May 6th, selling stolen Palestinian land is illegal and immoral wherever it happens. Benin's buffer zone law has already empowered the NYPD to escalate repression against protesters. Our elected officials must end illegal land sales in New York City, protect the right to protest, and disband SRG. Well, according, I like this, not because it's DSA, but because I need to tag Mike from PA on this shit. Never let them forget. All right, let's read on this. Let's read up on this. Mamdani condemns NYC Expo promoting property sale in Israeli West Bank settlements. He condemns it, but what do you do about it? That's the real question. What did he do about it? I mean, he's not just a normal guy now. He's the guy, right? Past real estate expos that include illegal Israeli settlements have come under scrutiny for discrimination and led to violent confrontations. And this is from May 5th by Noah Horowitz. Oh, brother. No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It's a fucking joke now. It's a fucking joke, and that's not my fault, bro. The same way that I like me and Jared joke around a lot about being anti-Italian. If you guys ever saw that comment section, it was wild. But apparently my anti-Italian jokes were not appreciated. And not that one with the G word that I didn't know what it meant. And thank you, chat, for educating me on that and being very, very graceful with my ignorance. No. This person legit thinks that me and Jared are like anti-Italian. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. I thought I had something for the occasion. Hold on. I guess not. Wait. How can I be anti-Italian? How can I be please, how? It's not my fault I don't have Italian friends, but I love Italian biographies, documentaries, if you will. I didn't know where I had it. I'm still waiting for part 1 to be like super cheap. Why aren't you spending fucking? I'm not trying to spend that type of money, but part 2 I guess is cheaper for whatever reason. So I got it in 4K for like $10. I hate spending more than like $15 for movies. But I try my best not to pirate anymore. But whatever. What are you gonna do? Loops, man. You know how many times I've watched Sopranos? Enough times to give your opinion on the Zionist entity, maybe? I don't know. Apparently that's all you need these days. All right. Let's get to this. Man, why are you being weird? Can you guys see it? No, right? Let me see. That's better. But is that better? Hold on. I don't know why this page is being weird. Okay, I think that should do it. Yeah, perfect. All right, let's knock this out. Sopranos, it's great. I don't really enjoy rewatching shows, to be honest. Just because there's so much more I gotta watch. So I haven't rewatched it, but it's definitely very, very tempting to rewatch. I've rewatched like Sons of Anarchy, but I was younger. I've rewatched Breaking Bad, but I was introduced into somebody else, so that doesn't really count. Like a solo watch, it's wild. Very, very rare. All right. The Roving Real Estate Expo for land sales in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories held an event at a New York synagogue on Tuesday. But Judaism isn't Zionism. Golly gee, what is happening? Drawing a rebuke from Mayor Zohran over the potential for land sale, that violate international law. The Great Israel, Jesus fucking Christ. The Great Israeli Real Estate Event. What the fuck? This isn't this like the Great like Roadside? What was it called? It's like the Great Roadside. What's that? What's it called when somebody's like something's old? What is it called, chat? When something's old, there's a great. It's the show on like PBS or some shit in the mornings. The Great Roadside Antique, right? Antique show, was that not a thing? Am I tripping out? Oh, just Antique Roadshow? No, there's like an older one, right? Like before this. This seems very modern. I remember it being old as fuck, man. It's just called that Antique Roadshow? I thought it was like the Great Antique Roadshow. I don't know. Thank you, chat. All right, anywho. The Great Israeli Real Estate Event. Come on down. Jesus, these people are fucking disgusting, man. Like, no shame. There's no consequences for their barbarism. There's no consequence for their genocide. There's no consequence for their fucking rights against humanity or their fucking acts against humanity. Fucking shit. Against human rights. All right. The Great Israeli Real Estate Event, a showcase that advertises its services in helping people, well, I don't know about people, in the United States, Canada, and the UK purchase land in Israel and the West Bank, hosted the event at Park East Synagogue in Manhattan's Upper East Side on Tuesday. The expo helps potential buyers navigate taxes, education concerns, and other issues that arise during relocation to Israel. How is this possible, though? How is this possible? Jewish people from the diaspora have no connection to the Zionist project. I was assured, I was told this. How is this possible? How can this event be occurring? A roving real estate expo be happening in the United States, Canada, and UK when young Jewish diaspora people don't have connections to the Zionist project. Wow, I wonder if they're just talking to a bunch of fucking 80-year-olds every time they go to the US, Canada, and the UK. Ahead of the event, Mamdani spoke out against the possibility of potentially illegal land sales being facilitated within the city. Quote, Mayor Mamdani is deeply opposed to the real estate expo this evening that includes a promotion of the sale of land in settlements in the occupied West Bank, said Sam Raskin, a spokesperson for Mamdani. Was that Obama's guy? Oh, I'm thinking about Jamie. Wait, is Jamie Raskin related to Are they related? They have to be, right? Well, no, I don't think they look alike. Relatives? Oh no, Max. Where's the name Raskin from? The surname of Yiddish origin. Huh. Interesante. Okay. All right. A spokesperson for Mamdani in a statement to The Intercept. These settlements are illegal under international law and deeply tied to the ongoing displacement of Palestinians. Oh, displacements. That's what's happening. That's what's this. Okay. All right. Cool. We've seen displacement. Oh, live on our phones. The West Bank. Bro, just the way that they manipulate language to minimize and diminish things. And again, I mean, this is like if I fucking put out a statement saying, yeah, I'm against this thing happening in the city. Can't do shit about it, but hey, I'll be out there protesting. Donnie's like, gee, golly, gee, if only people had voted for me. Okay. The website for the expo includes a reference to Gush Etzion. Gush Etzion, a cluster of some 20 settlements in the West Bank, southeast of Jerusalem, that are considered illegal under international law. Laura Friedman, president of the Foundation of Middle East Peace, said the inclusion of Gush Etzion was a telling reminder of the claim made on all of the occupied territories by the pro-settlement movement. Telling reminder of the claim made on. Okay, so here's the thing. Illegal under international law, and yet it's still happening. Do you guys remember when this was said he was going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, and all the fucking rattlers were like, yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. And then he walked that shit back immediately. Y'all remember that? This better pop up quick. Let's see. Benjamin. Where is it?
So I sat down with him, with the other candidate.
I have hope that it will actually
President Trump credit or not, to any extent, left October 7th out of your statements completely. Us.
Or the Israeli government, because my critiques all come from a place of universal and I think city and transforming.
Absolutely. But do you believe that Hamas should lay down their weapons and leave the...
And the fact that...
Okay. One last thought on that. You have said that you would arrest Netanyahu
Here we
if he
go.
came to the United States. You've been very outspoken in your criticism of him. Do you stand by that? You would arrest him if he came here, if you were mayor?
I've said that this is a city that believes in international law, and this is a city that wants to uplift and uphold those beliefs. The Prime Minister...
The United States doesn't stand by the International Criminal Court.
It hasn't signed the treaty for the International Criminal Court. The International Criminal Court, however, has issued a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu,
But
as
what
it has...
grounds in the United States could you arrest him on?
As it has for Vladimir Putin. I've said that I believe that we should uphold arrest warrants by the International Criminal Court, and that you should do so only in abiding with all of the laws in front of us. I'm not going to make a new law to ensure that we can actually do
think that
this.
Commissioner...
So this is how you know he's full of shit all the fucking time. He's like, no, I said I would arrest him according to international law, but I'm not going to make any new laws. But the U.S. isn't, so like, then there's no laws that would allow you to then to like arrest him. So then why would you say, and then why would you? And then he's like, no. You see, you see you see the way that. My whole thing is like, we covered this when this happened. This is 6 months ago. We covered it. And these people like Mike from PA, Hasan Piker, Leftist Mafia, The Majority Report, Left Reckoning, you fucking name it, The Vanguard. They all think you're fucking stupid and that you can't understand what he's saying. I mean, literally, it's almost like he got voted in, right? And could actually push some legislation forward. Now, of course, I don't think that New York City by itself could, make any type of law that makes them signatories of any like international human rights laws or anything like that. At the very least, like, put something down that is gonna like allow you or somebody in the future to like at least deny entry for anyone that has an international rights courts like warrant against them, something like that. Or like, hey, we can't arrest you, but we're not allowing you inside our city limits. Something. So yeah, this is all bullshit. Gush Zion is the Israeli term for an area of the West Bank located south of Jerusalem on which, under international law, all Israeli construction, all Israeli communities are considered illegal under international law. Friedman said, the pro-settlement movement around the world and most Israelis do not make any distinction between Israel and the West Bank. The idea is that all of this is Eretz Israel, Hebrew for the land of Israel, and it belongs to the Jews because God gave it to them. It's fucking this. Okay. The Intercept attended the event Tuesday just inside the synagogue. A large welcome sign specified that the event was for information purposes only. More than a dozen tables advertised the services of real estate companies, most of which promoted glitzy luxury buildings in Tel Aviv, Netanya, and other cities inside Israel's internationally recognized borders. At least one company, Hiris Zahav, displays a map of properties in Kaffa, Eldad, Karni Shomron, and other Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Brochures at the Hare Zavav, who gives a fuck about these made-up words, table offer detailed looks at properties in these settlements. Update, I got into the Israel real estate event at Park East Synagogue. Inside, I saw at least one table advertising properties in the West Bank. Let's see these. Yeah, paid by your taxes right here. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you for the super chat. How could he arrest him? There's precedent. The U.S. has arrested people on behalf of the ICC. But I wonder who carried out those arrests initially for he could arrest him. I don't know why I said how. That's funny. My bad. Thank you for the super chat. I mean, I'm sure he could do a lot. It's just he's so fucking full of shit, man. And it's so fucking frustrating because it's like, sorry, I'm trying not to curse that much. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your super chat. Sorry, give me 1 second. Is in Nara business? Or are you trying to do the whole place of like none of your business? Where are you? Oh no, it's Access Audio. Thank you so much for the super chat. He could arrest him. There's precedent. The U.S. has arrested people on behalf of the ICC. Okay, so maybe the mix-up is like detained instead of arrest, right? So it seems like the U.S. detained people on behalf of the ICC, but they didn't necessarily arrest them. Is it one of those kind of weird things? Oh, that's why I thought it was Access Audio. My bad. Y'all have a similar like PFP over here.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got
Zig, thank you for the super chat. The Hallmark Lifestyle Magazine, 50 salad recipes, visual language of genocide. Jesus fucking Christ. I was like, where are you going with this? 100%. Look at this shit. This is frightening, man. This is what death looks like. This is what death looks like. This is the other side of it. Fucking terrifying, man. Yeah. Yep. Libre. No, he's sending NYPD to arrest those attempting to stop this inhumane madness. This is so colonial. It's blowing my mind. There has to be a literal auction block in there. I mean, if they had it their way. If they had it their way. All right. Courtney Shorman is an urban settlement located east of the Tel Aviv metropolitan area, next to a pine forest. Next to a fucking pine forest. Wow. Next to a pine forest with a scenic view of the surrounding Sumerian foothills. Carney Sharon comprises 7 neighborhoods that create unique cultural landscapes, blending quality urban communal living in rural settlements, surrounded by nature. These cultural landscapes have unique content and diverse expressions, as set of values in educational, cultural, and community program. In the fabric of life and settlement in its residents, in appearance and visibility of Kearney Sharon, its neighborhoods and institutions, and their integration into surrounding nature. I mean, there should be no distinction between something like this and like fucking Mein Kampf. Man. What did he link here though? That's confusing. Oh, it's the same one. There's just an update. All right, cool. Past discrimination allegations. The expo is being sponsored by a group called Home in Israel, but it isn't the only organization putting an event of this sort. In recent years, real estate fairs put on by similar groups have popped up in New York and other North American cities, including Baltimore, Montreal, and others, including at synagogues. Israeli settlements in the West Bank are widely considered to be open only to Jewish residents. At one real estate event in suburban New Jersey in 2024, protesters said they were explicitly asked about their religious affiliation when they tried to register for the fair, potentially implicating anti-discrimination laws. The New Jersey Civil Rights Division reportedly questioned realtors about their practices. The New Jersey Civil Rights Division not immediately respond to requests for comment, or did not. Palawada, a pro-Palestinian group, announced plans on social media for a protest on Tuesday outside the Park East Synagogue. Quote, "We will not be silent as ethnic cleansing is being actively promoted in our neighborhoods," the group wrote.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Access Audio, thank you for the super chat. No, the U.S. has helped transfer leaders to the ICC. They call it facilitated transfers instead of formal extraditions. Oh, okay. See, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Like that, I mean, you could argue for that, but again, he expects people to be as ignorant as I am on that subject. But like, why was Sam Cedar, why was Hasan Piker not calling this out? Why was he not? Why were they not saying this? Damn. Today, pine forest, specifically Aleppo pine, planted since 1920s by JNF to spread rapidly and outcompete other plants for those who are curious on why pine is significant. Thank you. Nerd. No, I appreciate it. I mean, there's a whole book about how Zionists have colonized like the land, like the actual environment. And, you know, introducing alien species to displace the indigenous plants and ecosystem in the area. Okay, where are we? Self-proclaimed supporters of the synagogue have circulated a flyer on social media announcing a counter-protest. Quote, "All members of the Jewish community need to come out and protect the synagogue," says the flyer. Though it includes the social media handles of the synagogue, the call for a counter-protest did not appear to come from Park East Synagogue itself.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
They don't read. Yeah. This is the closest I got to that.
I know you don't want to talk historically, but
I can't steal the read, beloved. It's too powerful. I don't know. I can't handle it. Or maybe it makes me too uncomfortable. We're like, oh damn, I do need to read. Okay. Though it includes the social media handles of the synagogue, the call for a counter-protest did not appear to come from Park East Synagogue itself. A spokesperson for the synagogue declined to comment. Past events had led to some violent confrontations between protesters and counter-demonstrators. In light of the dueling protests planned outside Park East Synagogue, Raskin, the mayoral spokesperson, called for both the safety of the event goers and respect for the free speech rights of the protesters. Quote, our administration has also been clear that we are committed to ensure safety, entry, and exit from any house of worship, he said, and that such access never be questioned while all protesters are able to exercise their First Amendment right. I mean, apparently it's part of their religious, I mean, again, the conflation between Judaism and Zionism, it's in my mind, it's complete. It's done. When you make it part of your religious right to colonize Palestine, even in your synagogues, what more needs to be done? Protests at Park East Synagogue has already been the site of one anti-Zionist protest that raised hackles in New York. In November, Paul Awada organized a demonstration against an event hosted by Nafish Benefesh, a group that facilitates migration to Israel, sparking house of protest from then Mayor Eric Adams and other political leaders in the city. That protest, alongside others across New York City, were part of the impetus behind a bill introduced this year in the city council amid creating so-called buffer zone to keep demonstrators at a distance from any house of worship. Despite the opposition of free speech advocates, a version of that bill requiring New York City Police Department to provide a plan for protecting houses of worship, but without the buffer zone provision, passed on March and became law on April 25th after Mamdani declined to sign or veto it. What a fucking coward! Hell will not be hot enough for these fucking people, man. God damn. Yeah, man. So his big move was the AOC not voting for or against the Iron Dome. That was his big move. I'm not going to sign it or veto it. So fucking brave. So fucking brave. How we doing, Leia? What a fucking coward. Despite the opposition of free speech advocates, a version of that bill requiring the New York Police Department to provide a plan for protecting houses of worship, but without the buffer zone provision, passed in March and became law on April 25th after Mamdani declined to sign or veto it. The bill gave the New York Police Department 45 days to provide a proposed plan of action and 90 days to give a final plan, meaning it is not yet in full effect. The related bill proposing buffer zones for universities and other educational institutions passed the city council but was vetoed by Mamdani, who criticized the bill as overbroad and a threat to free speech. So brave. All right, this update, it's okay, yeah, so they did update the story for this tweet here. All right, well, Mamdani, the hero that we deserve. Flores, thank you for signing up to the Discord. I appreciate you. I'll hit you up right at the end of the stream for it. Actually, let me see. I'll do it right now. I'll do it live. Appreciate that. Again, y'all, appreciate the super chats, the cash apps, joining up for the Patreon. That all helps. Let's see here. Gray Bird Brown, that's dope. I like that. Give me one sec. Sure goes hard. I can't wait to use that. I'm gonna DM you on Patreon. Just ask for that one last time, then we'll get back to the stream. And then I'm just gonna write it down in the chat. And then I'll send it to you right now. These fools have been like making me fucking laugh, man. I did post a selfie my trip to DC for those of you that saw it on the Discord. Very emotional, very moving. Yeah, I'm sure y'all understand. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. No, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, I gotta renew my fucking passport. Orpheus Online reminding us that Trump and the whole passport shit that he's trying to push forward. Oh, that if you owe child support, you can have your passport revoked? That's wild. I had heard about it, but I thought it was only in DC. And I guess they're suggesting that they might just be rolling out DC first to try it out. Per the AP, that they're looking to roll it out everywhere. Yeah, I need to renew both my passport and both of my passports, I think, at this point. I mean, now I'm not going to Argentina, so what's the point? What a fucking coward, bro. All right. All right. Let's watch a little bit of this because I'm pretty spent, not gonna lie to y'all. Let's watch some of this nonsense.
If I were to turn heel, if I were to, become an anti-communist, a vicious anti-communist, and still maintain some of the progressive values too.
A vicious anti-communist. This reminds me of Emma Viglin's whole that Bernie is not aggressively anti-Palestinian enough. But okay.
While I'm at it, if I were to become the person that those on Twitter to my left claim I am right now, I would get 0 hit pieces. Every day would be another Glasesh, the Joe Rogan of the left, shepherding young men out of the dangerous pits of radicalization and shepherding them in the direction of the Democratic Party.
I mean, that's what you're doing, but the thing is, it's funny. And he's a creep, he's a weirdo. Man, Destiny was actually engaging and debating with the whole red pill sphere. And he's like this scrawny, bisexual, open relationship, creep, right? And he was still there debating them. Hasan Piker completely avoided them, despite being, a liberal in a MAGA body, whatever the fuck that means. Despite being white, tall, attractive, and wealthy, was not willing to engage in these debates because at the end of the day, these people they're still sexist. They're still gonna he's not great at arguing things that he agrees with. All right, let's get to this.
A man who really wants to save America. Okay.
So this whole idea that he was there fighting or combating red pill misogynists and that he was debating them and bringing people to the left, specifically young men, complete fucking bullshit. Complete fucking bullshit. Honestly, when it comes to working class people that I've met that are young enough to be online like that, I have not heard a single one give a compliment or praise to Hasan Piker. And this is before I spew my shit. Because they see him and they just see a rich white dude scolding them. Funny enough.
Be great. It would be fucking great. I mean, I respond to one of these guys, by the way, here. Hasan's message is vote for the party that did a genocide in Gaza, this inhumans of capitalism, Ojibwa. Okay, Hammer and Sickle account. I said, AIPAC spent $9 million against Corey for calling out Israel's genocide, you fucking moron. I guess you're happy with a servant of Israel occupying the seat, but I am not. Perhaps I should just keep posting about how bourgeois democracy is a dead end for the working class and then wait for a spontaneous revolution to take shape like you are.
Spontaneous. No, you can start building towards it. You can start organizing towards it. You have enough money to fund so much. I mean, the fact that there isn't like a Hasan Piker shooting range in Los Angeles where you can start practicing your aim. I mean, these are things that I've thought about. I'm like, damn, if I ever had this fool's money, you bet your ass I'm opening a community center. You bet your ass that I'm opening a free clinic. You bet your ass that I'm opening a free gun range. 100%. Free gym, especially because he pretends to be obsessed with that, even though he might be on fucking steroids, right? That shit got leaked. I would have that. I mean, look, growing up, when we finally got out of the rougher parts, I have so many fond memories of a community center. Now that shit's shut down. Yeah, cool. But was a dope community center, man. And I remember like just being one of the younger people there and just being excited to be around like older kids, and just like the staff was super fucking chill. I don't think a lot of, I mean, there was arts and crafts and stuff, which was so different. And I was like, oh man, this is cool. And I was just excited, and it was within walking distance. You know, the fucking subsidized housing complex and shit like that. And it was nice, man. I have nothing but like happy fucking memories about that. So you bet your ass if I was a multimillionaire, I would not be buying a mansion. I wouldn't be buying a $4 million home. I'd be trying to open a community center with those things. Community center that has a free clinic. I find a way to fucking sneak in a shooting range in there, like a gym, and more than anything, like to be in a space for like kids to go after school, where they're surrounded by fucking commie revolutionary shit. But it's like it's not in him to want those things or care to bring those things to life, because he grew up rich. And so he feels that he's owed all this wealth, that he's owed a private jet, a Porsche, a multi-million-dollar home. Anywho.
That guy's ACP, I think. I don't know.
The fuck was that? It sped up, by the way.
Know what it is, but there are a lot of people that don't understand what I'm trying to do. And I explain it all the time. And yet
Yeah, it's called entryism, bro. But you deny to call it that.
They just don't hear it. I'm a native St. Louisian and Maoist, meaning I'm very critical of electoral policy, to say the least, and I love core because she's a fighter for our city and our people. People who aren't even from here and do no organizing, but denouncing black women organized beloved by our people, while black people in North STL still sleep in tents, are not helping the communist movement, and they're actually driving black people away from it with constant weirdness. I think so too. But what's really strange is like they don't even fucking understand. Ojibwe is not ACP. He's a Maoist Sakaiist. Oh, Jay Sakai. Respect. I didn't know. I didn't know we had a Maoist Sakai enjoyer. My mistake.
Dude, a settler, a colonizer, family, rich ass fucking family, multi-million-dollar family, flying into the US, having their kid, and then flying back, probably in a private jet as well, just to get him a US citizenship, right? That's what rich people do. Over here talking shit about Sakai. Sounds about right. He's so white at the end of the day. I don't give a fuck if he's Turkish.
My mistake to the JD Pond constituency. Okay. So wrong of me to even respond, because he's probably functionally illiterate. So
functionally illiterate. How the fuck? Functionally illiterate, bro. Are you fucking serious? I mean, I struggle to read. I have dyslexia. Spanish being my first language, I butcher a lot of words. But I understood what is to be done. In fact, Lenin wrote it for it to be simple and to be comprehensive and to be understood and to be direct. God damn, man.
He did not read those words at all.
Tell me about it, bro.
In any case, I make it very clear, okay? I'm not standing in opposition of a communist party in this country, okay? I'm not standing in opposition of building a vanguard in this country.
No, I mean, but you literally are by promoting and supporting the Democratic Party, whether it's DSA or not. When you're building a party like the Democratic Party who attacks, smears, and removes third parties from ballots, yeah, you are proactively preventing a vanguard party from rising. How the fuck do you think the Democrats are going to treat a vanguard party? You're funneling young people into the Democratic Party instead of them organizing and joining a vanguard party.
But you have to match up your organizational efforts with where the masses are.
Motherfucker has never organized. Never. Even before becoming famous and rich and richer, never organized. Not in college. Too busy fucking roofing women in his fucking fraternity ass house or whatever parties they have over there. 2, what does a multimillionaire in West Hollywood know about the masses?
Americans self-identify as liberals. Many of them actually do have revolutionary potential that they do not identify with. They do not understand. They don't have the class consciousness first and foremost. And
Kamala Harris, you got a problem?
This is all the thing for the super chat. Functionally illiterate is wild, since Hasan's co-host Austin said he hasn't read books or articles for over 15 years. Is Austin the one that the gay dude that they took to the ghetto? That guy? I don't know their names. But goddamn, bro. He surrounds himself around white people for a reason.
they don't have the political education. Okay? You have to first build the awareness. And then you have to move in the direction of action, organizing to engage in action. Okay? Saying start building it is unbelievably stupid. There is no better mechanism of building a mass movement than using the largest megaphone readily available through the election system. Many of you, prior to 2016, did not know what socialism was.
And you still don't know what it is, or you're completely bastardizing it to gain more clout and access within the Democratic Party. I mean, understand that the carrot that the Democratic Party holds above Hasan Piker's head is that VIP access to Mamdani. So that next time Mamdani or whoever Mamdani 2.0 arrives, he doesn't get embarrassed on his live stream with 30K viewers and he's allowed to go into the VIP section. That is what he's working for. Linstag, then entryism. Jesus Christ.
And many of you who are now critical of Bernie Sanders are totally oblivious to what American socialism looked like prior to 2016.
Bernie Sanders is not a socialist, though. So why are you bringing him up? Because of 2016? I mean, highlight the fact that one, he's Zionist, National Socialist, but that he was advocating for European socialism. In other words, no. Healthcare for us, further exploitation of the rest of the world for our benefit.
These things take time, okay? There is no spontaneous revolution. It doesn't work that way.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No one's advocating for that shit. No one's advocating for spontaneous revolution. This motherfucker is so bad at debating, which is one of the reasons why he split with that creep Destiny. So bad at debating. He lost to fucking Walker's kid. This motherfucker debates slob YouTubers. Avoids anyone to his left. Bro, sorry, Ann Walker, give me one sec. No tengo esa atención, but Hasan said on Leftovers, he'd salt Amazon if he wasn't a streamer. He's salt? Oh, like salting the earth? uh Yeah, I mean, he's a LARPer. He says a whole lot of things.
Oblivious to what American socialism looked like prior to 2016.
The whole Bernie thing. Bernie misled people just like you're misleading people. He's a sheepdog for the Democratic Party, but he also bastardized what socialism is. And a lot of your viewers and a lot of your financial supporters, the ones stupid enough to continue to financially support a multimillionaire rich kid, a nepo, that still needed help by that creep Destiny. And you knew he was a creep. The same way that you knew Ethan Klein was a Zionist. The same way you know Bernie Sanders is a Zionist. All this shit. All those people don't fucking read. All those people don't organize outside of maybe the DSA. If they did, they fucking hate you. If they actually read, they understand what you're doing. They see you as a counterinsurgent propagandist.
These things take time, okay? There is no spontaneous revolution. It does.
These things take time. It's impossible within the Democratic Party. It would take you generations upon generations upon generations to make the Democratic Party anti-capitalist. It is more likely for a spontaneous revolution to occur than for anything positive coming from the Democratic Party in regards to socialism, communism, or anarchism.
Doesn't work that way. This is by my estimations, this is the most viable route for agitation and most viable route for fomenting class consciousness in this country.
Vote for the Democratic Party is going to foment agitation and class consciousness. God damn, bro. A sheepdog barking away.
Okay? A lot of people look to what I'm doing and say, oh, this is entryism. You just want to take the revolutionary potential of the masses and feed it back into a dead end. Bourgeois electoralism.
No. Hold on. Don't conflate the bourgeois electoralism to entryism. One at a time. The entryism is going through the Democratic Party. Now, there's other people that say, yeah, don't even engage with bourgeois electoralism. In fact, I would argue that it's legitimate for people to say, don't legitimize the settler colonial project by engaging with, their so-called legitimate settler colonial empire and their bullshit democracy, representative democracy and all, right? So people that say that no, land back and calling for decolonization does not require engaging in bourgeois settler electoralism. But that's separate from entryism. People that are opposed entryism are not saying don't vote. They're saying stop voting for these bourgeois capitalist fucking parties and start your own vanguard party for the working class. And guess what? You are going to lose. It's going to take years to build. But you have to do that. You have to demonstrate to the working class, like, hey, we're going to try doing things the right way through the legal apparatus set up by this fucking illegitimate system run by capitalists. We'll show you that doesn't work. We'll show you that despite fighting for what is right, and despite having the numbers and the people support, they're always going to resist us because there's only one way for the working class to take back what is rightfully theirs. Because the capitalist class will always use violence since they have a monopoly over it, and they will always repress through violence the working class attempt to bring justice to this fucking world.
That's not my goal. And I make it very clear, ironically enough. Would you explain why it takes time and what the future timeline would look like? I don't know. Maybe because we live in the fucking imperial core. Of course, this is an unbelievably pro-capitalist country. This is a country that has actively suppressed the labor movement. This is a country that won't even allow trade unionism to exist, okay? It's worse than Europe. Look around. Talk to people about what they think is communism and socialism. You know what I mean? And you'll learn.
I mean, most of your supporters don't know what the fuck it means because they're supporting you.
Very quickly that the average American's perspective on this. Lying ass, you literally said it was entryism? What? No, I always say that it's not entryism. It's using one of the...
So, he is doing entryism, but claims he isn't doing entryism. while describing what entryism is.
One of the only viable... 3,5 gibi. Evet, bir saat sonra. Why are we having this convo? We're having this conversation because people don't understand my methods and will actively claim.
People don't understand my methods, bro. Again, has never fucking organized to any capacity. My methods are just beyond your understanding, man. My methods are proven. A proven system to make me a multimillionaire.
Claim that it's something that it's not. A lot of people will say, yeah, yes, Lenin wrote about something similar to this in Left Communism and Infantile Disorder. But the final goal here isn't
the other text that he butchered. Shout out Socialism for All, but okay.
To just stick to a liberal capitalist party and be an arm of a liberal capitalist party and operate within a bourgeois democratic process. That's not the goal here, okay? I'm adjusting to the current material conditions. I'm adjusting to the current social conditions in this country, okay? Lenin's time was objectively different.
Oh, was it?
His material conditions were objectively different.
Oh, were they?
You have to interpret. You have to go to the masses and speak to the masses in the language that they understand and try to identify what the major hurdles are in front of developing class consciousness.
And how the fuck will they develop class consciousness in the Democratic Party? Can you explain that? Can you elaborate that, please? And what is the timeline in your non-entryism?
In the United States of America, the number one hurdle is class consciousness, a lack of class consciousness. The thing that ultras and centrist liberals both fail to understand is that the Democratic Party isn't an actual political party. It's an empty signifier, a slot on the ballot. You pay no dues, and there are no positions you are required to hold. We take it because we can. Yeah. Zachary Kirk, if you hate the Democrats, then don't run as a Democrat. Build the DSA and leave us alone. Girl, bye.
The DSA is not a political party. The DSA is not a political party. The DSA is not a political party. It is a branding mechanism for the Democratic Party. The DSA is a branding mechanism for the Democratic Party. What other nonsense was reading?
In this country.
He was reading a chat.
Okay. Lenin's time was to interpret and try to identify what the major hurdles are in front of developing class consciousness. In the United States of America, the number one hurdle is class consciousness, a lack of class consciousness. The thing that ultras and centrist liberals both fail to understand is that the Democratic Party isn't an actual political party. It's an empty signifier, a slot on the ballot. You pay no dues, and there are no positions you are required to hold. We take it because we can.
We take it because, bro, oh man, his fans are just as stupid as he is. Actually, the Democratic Party isn't a party because you don't pay dues. No. The Democratic Party is a private organization that uses the name Democratic Party to make you believe that there's a democratic process. When they screwed over Bernie Sanders the first time, they literally said, we don't even have to have this fucking process. We could just choose and elect who we want to be the presidential representative for the Democratic Party. We are a private organization. You're right that they're not a party. But why then? So fucking stupid. If you know that, then why then would you be trying to organize within a private organization? God damn. Okay. All right. Yep.
Yeah. Zachary Kirk, if you hate the Democrats, then don't run as a Democrat. Build the DSA and leave us alone. Girl, bye. Like, my question is this. If America had like a parliamentary system, for example, currently, and there was a robust communist party, and then there was also a liberal Democratic Party.
If I didn't have to do any of the work to build a communist vanguard party in this make-believe world where there's a parliamentary system, then I would support them. How fucking brave.
And maybe even a social democratic party. Like, do you think I would be participating in the party system along
Why in your fucking make-believe world where you start off with a communist party, you add in some watered-down democratic socialist bullshit? Even in your make-believe world where you can lie all you want and pretend that you're the fucking radicalest radical of them all, that you're the most logical radical, even then, you have to include a democratic socialist. Even then, you gotta water your own fucking dreams down. And they're not your dreams, of course. You're more than happy. You're living your dreams. You have all the praise that you want in the world. You have all the money that you want. Everything's wonderful for you. In fact, if you were to no longer take up space, nobody should be shedding a tear because you lived the best life you could. Let that warm people's hearts a little bit. Let's go back a bit.
Would be participating in the party system alongside or inside of the Liberal Democratic Party? No, of course not. We have a duopoly in this country. We don't even have a real parliamentary, we don't have a parliamentary system anyway. So you got to work with what you got. You don't organize.
Imagine fucking reading What Is to Be Done by Lenin and concluding with, you got to work with what you got. Your summary of What Is to Be Done by Lenin is, you got to work with what you got. Y'all do not hate the rich enough, man. God damn. Man. That is so good.
System anyway. So you got to work with what you got. You don't organize. You do not organize for a mass that you believe should be understanding of your movement. You organize to, with the masses that you have currently.
This multimillionaire is advocating now for tailism. This is where we're at. We're at tailism. Wow. I'm just wondering how expensive you think that coat is. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, man, I can't stand these fucking people. God damn. Oh yeah, he calls himself, he calls himself a class traitor. It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. God damn. Settler socialism, not even that. Settler national socialism. Man. Yeah. Look, I miss doing this. We're 4 hours in. I gotta tap out. God damn, that picture is fucking hilarious. Look, he did the same thing with who was it, Connolly? The Irish gentleman. He was in Ireland. He pretended to be reading him. And Calloway? How do you say his last name? But it was George, right? It was Jorge. What is it? No, why do I always say this was his name? That's hilarious. Jesus fucking Christ, what's his name? Chat, help me out. It's not Michael Collins, is it? No, I don't think it is. What was this whose name? I'm so bad at Irish names. What was his name? James Connolly. James Connolly. Remember when we read his, let's see here, Hold on. Look at this shit. And then we read his works. And then we read his works, and he's like, yeah, literally, like, do not join the liberals. Do not join the liberals. Like, the only way to beat the reactionaries is by starting a socialist party. And that socialist party will take away from the liberal party, that will make it disappear. It will render it extinct. Because the people within that liberal space will either go to the left, to a socialist party that will actually give them what they want, advocating, fighting for what they need, or those that are foolish or self-interested in the petty bourgeois will go to the reactionary party to safeguard what they have, or in aspiring hopes of becoming a capitalist, right? Or petty bourgeois at the very least. And so at the end of the day, the only two parties that are going to exist are the reactionary party and the socialist parties. That's it. That's it. But he does this on purpose. Like, he doesn't do this. He does this for like a thirst trap first and foremost. But I think he does this on purpose. Like, he knows that people that actually read this shit, people that actually organize and don't just talk about it, he knows that it just pisses them off. And he finds that shit fucking funny, because for him, you have to understand, it's kayfabe. It's kayfabe. Right? And so it's just, for me, it's just like, all right, this fool knows what's up. Cool. Shouldn't feel guilty if anything happens. I hate reboots. I talked about this. I hate reboots. My question is, who is the rad-lib version of Kirk's wife? Who would play the rad-lib version of Kirk's wife? I don't even know her name. What is her name? What is Kirk's wife's name? Her first name? I'm thinking Angela. It's not Angela Kirk, though. Michelle Kirk. Kirk wife. That's funny. Yeah. What's her name? Charlie Kirk's wife. Erica. So that's what I'm asking. Who will play the Erica Kirk in the Radlib world when we get the reboot? When we get the Charlie Kirk reboot. A Radlib edition. That's all I'm saying. Can't wait for that. Can't wait to fucking replay that one on stream. Can't wait to reenact it. But they already got Charlie Kirk, so what do you mean? Yeah, well, LA used to be the Wild West. LA used to be the Wild West. Not so much now. One of my favorite stories, shout out to the Black Myths podcast, is Angela Davis on campus going and organizing a group that took the name Black Panthers as well. And somebody rolled up on her, allegedly with that thing on them, and said, "You're not going to use that name anymore." That type of enforcement is necessary. And honestly, that person proves to be more correct than they could have even predicted, right? All right. I appreciate y'all sticking around. I know it's been a minute. I appreciate it. Thanks for not forgetting about little old me. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for subscribing, the memberships to the channel. I appreciate all the Patreon supporters. Join the Patreon if you haven't already. $2 gets you access to the Discord. It's a lot of fun there. Helps me out immensely. Allows me to do this stuff. I was trying to aim for 3 hours. We got a 4. It's cool. It's late. I still got to eat. Not going to go train. It's fine. This giant pimple on my forehead makes me too vulnerable. It's a bullseye. You can't miss it. But I appreciate y'all. I legit miss this. But look, I try my best not to be one of these do nothing lefty streamers. I try my best. I still feel guilty that I'm not doing the volunteering work with, children and immigration. Just to not have the time and the capacity for it. So I got to live with that. That Catholic guilt for that. I'm trying my best to represent my union members and to engage in that work and to learn, despite feeling like a fucking sellout. But I cannot see myself being a do nothing leftist. I just can't fucking do it. So I'm trying my best, and I appreciate the support. It's gonna be an interesting couple of weeks from the way the wind is blowing over here in the background. But that being said, remember what Glenn Ford told us: organize with eyes wide open. And of course, from the man that saved my soul, John Trudell. If it wasn't for him, you fuck, man, you would have seen a real anti-white racism around these parts. All right. No, I don't recommend orgs. I don't. You got to engage with them personally and see how that is. I'm fortunate enough to know enough people to where I hear a lot of how the meat is made. And so my recommendation is always, hey, organize with the organization that is closest to your politics and that you feel the safest and most comfortable with. Understand that there is no vanguard party right now. So at the very least, you can be gaining some sort of experience on how to organize, make your mistakes there, and learn and stay safe. I mean, one of the reasons why I push myself to continue doing union organizing is not just to throw it on people's faces when they say I'm not practical. Because most of the time it's people that don't do any organizing. It's not just that. That's always fun because I'm petty. But the main reason I do it is because I'm hoping to learn things. And I'm hoping to learn how to make less mistakes. But I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you. The Bees by John Trudell. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman. No big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yes, Duel.